Welcome to today's continuation of Fire Emblem Engage. We are on Chapter 12, after having finished Chapter 11 and the succeeding paralogue with Lucina in the previous session. Before we get into the map, just a few items of business I want to talk about. First of all, in the previous session we left off with our two top performers, Louis and Jean, hanging around level 18 or 19, I think. And I thought, well, we're close enough that we may as well just play one of the optional random maps off stream, pump them up to 20, and so we can start this stream with some promotions. Indeed, our first Master Seal promotions of our run so far, not counting the pre-promoted classes, the Swordmaster and the Paladin that we have recruited into the party already. So, let's see what the promotions look like. I was originally thinking about Great Knight for Louis, but I've decided that rather than give him the cavalry vulnerability, I do kind of want to see rather what things will be like if he eventually handles some S-rank lances. We don't really have any S-rank lancers in the mix so far, and eventually the intention is to get Sigurd back on him for the extra movement. Once we have Sigurd back and have unlocked the rest of his leveling up to a level 20 bond. So we're going to go general with Louis and continue to build him as our super tank. And stat gains across the board are expected, as you can see. Let's see how it goes. Swap will also be some help when it comes to movement as well. And yeah, part of it is the subclass too. I want somebody who's still on the front line as an armored unit type rather than cavalry, so we have somebody who's going to remain immune to breaks. And here we go. I shall carefully fold the old outfit before returning it. Sure, let's do it this way. And as you can see, having unlocked lances up to S does allow him now to hold the silver Great Lance, which I have crafted out of his previous iron Great Lance. And that's going to be a pretty considerable boost to his attack power, and not really at the expense of much of his speed, given that his build stat has now been pumped up considerably as well. So we're going to see how that performs. Let's manage items, put it on just as default so I don't forget as we get into the next battle. Next is going to be Jean. Jean over here will have a choice between, whoops, not skills. There we go. Martial Master and High Priest. Now, a High Priest is quite nice for the self-healing, but unfortunately, High Priest being mystical will no longer have access to the Chain Guard. I guess putting self-healing and Chain Guard together would be slightly overpowered. Not that this fellow here isn't already massively overpowered from all the stat gains we've been feeding him. So, in the interest of seeing what an S-rank brawler is going to be like, and also because he has absolutely no spaces in his inventory for tomes anyway, I think we'll go Martial Master. It may seem like we're squandering this huge magic attack stat that we have on him, but eventually if we pair him with something like Celica for Warp Ragnarok, we can still get a magic attack off of him to use that. Currently the magic stat is going to be useful for healing. I think the healing staves formula is the staff's inherent power plus half magic. And yeah, magic isn't used for staff range in this game so far as I can tell. That was the case in Three Houses, and it was in some ways hugely overpowered on its own because you could just drop meteors and people from across the map. Regardless, I've been pretty happy with building him as a frontliner, and so it's going to come slightly at the expense of resilience, as you can see, but we're going to pump his defensive stats up and his strength, and he's going to continue to fight as a bit of an alternate tank that's not vulnerable to any kind of type advantage against armor. So, Martial Master it is. Martial Monk to Martial Master. He could learn a lot fighting like this. Oh, yes, he will. So, yeah, too bad about the resilience going down, but we've got many ways to put it back up. And he's got the resilience +3 on him that was inherited from Micaiah right now anyway, so still in pretty good shape as kind of an all-purpose off-tank on the front lines. And we'll also be able to give him the Silver Spirit Art, which is going to be his attacking weapon when he's not in the shielding stance that gives him the +5 defense. Yeah, as you can see right now, just from all the stat boosts, we've got 25 defense, 20 resilience, but if we want to bring him in as a frontline attacker, we've now got a double attack off of a silver weapon, and that's going to be at full speed too, because his build stat is now up to 9, so we can put some fairly heavy fists on him and brass knuckle our way out of here. Only other thing I want to draw attention to is, since I've been playing with the weapon crafting, I've been trying to build up crit weapons. So as you can see, Anna with the killer axe here, she got a 63 crit stat, and I've got her paired with Lucina right now to build up her dexterity, so that will perhaps improve even further. Chloe over here, I've been building her up with a killer lance. We've got about a 45 crit on that. It hasn't hit so much so far, judging from how she was performing in the previous stream, but we'll continue to work on that. But yeah, mostly I've been trying to put weapon upgrades and engraving on characters that are extremely regular and weapons that are definitely sticking around for the long haul, like Libération here on the Avatar. And as you can see, Louis and Jean were way ahead of the rest of the party in terms of leveling. And I think that does affect the levels of the spawns when it comes to the random battles on a map. You'll notice, for instance, that the Skirmish has a base class level 18, which I think might just be calibrated to the needs of your party. Whereas the main storyline, we, I guess, are kind of over-leveling since it's got a base class recommendation of 14, which is perhaps why the main chapters have, at this point, felt comparatively easy. But regardless, let's get right into it and take our time to set up our formation for Chapter 12. Let's see it.
So, this is Solm.
The Queendom's land is covered in deserts, and as you've no doubt noticed...
What now, Divine One?
We'd better head straight to the palace.
During my time in Elucia, the 4 hounds did, but they came back empty-handed each time.
Thanks, Ivy. Pretty handy.
I will choose to take that as a compliment.
Which emblem ring was entrusted to Solm?
The Radiant Hero.
And that is
Said
definitely
to be among
Ike.
the most powerful.
I think in the opening sequence we did in fact see in the flashback with Sombron that's in the tutorial prologue, I think we did see Ike paired up with whoever's
Needless to say, it
from
would
here
be
in the
quite a
desert.
boon.
Sounds like exactly what we need right now.
So we'll likely have to fight whoever is holding Ike.
Let's see. Which way to the palace again?
Divine One, I believe we passed that enormous rock earlier.
What? Really?
I wish I could help. Wait a moment. Prince Alfred, your nations are allied with Solm.
I did, but quite a long time ago.
I traveled from Firene.
So none of us knows where to go.
No, we're completely lost. We're going to fight our way across the desert, and
All right,
will
I'll
it be
say it.
bandits? Will it be something
We're
else?
lost.
We'll see.
I'm afraid so. We can't afford to waste time.
Anyway, desert as far as the eye can see.
Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. What's with the outfits? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, but I took one look and thought to myself,
Okay.
they are lost.
Definitely one of the royal retainers for this
And,
region, and we'll see
who
what
are
kind
you?
of unit class
Who
he
am
is.
I? I'm the guy. Here to keep the peace in Tula Desert. Call me Fogato, yeah? As captain of the Sentinels, it's my duty to help people in need. You find folks need a hand, just let me know.
Thanks for that. As for myself, I'm the Divine Dragon from Lethos.
Wait, yo? You're telling me the Divine Dragon is here, in my desert? No kidding?
Yes.
Oh, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
You weren't. There's no need to be formal with me.
Didn't expect you to be casual. That's cool.
Well,
But hey, what brings you all out?
and
to
the
my
user would
piece
be
of
great
world?
if this was a trap. It
We're on our
certainly
way to Solm Palace,
will turn out to be
but
one in some
we
fashion.
Don't know how to get there.
This is your lucky day. Come on, just follow me. If I know how to get anywhere, it's the palace.
You don't mind?
Of course I don't.
We've walked
You know
headfirst
what's
into
out
so many
there?
traps already.
Sand, as far as the eye can see, and I would rather you not have to deal with that. Lucky we met, huh?
It's coarse and it's rough and it gets everywhere.
Thank you, Fogato. We appreciate your help.
Don't sweat it. Oh, you know what?
An errand? What kind of errand?
More
Very
on this.
suspicious.
See, not too long ago, these freaky creatures, as captain of the Sentinels,
Okay, freaky
when I
creatures,
get a
that's what we're
report about
finding.
A problem in the desert, I take care of it.
Given that we were just chased by some in the previous map when we couldn't fight them.
Sorry about this.
So-
You have a sit, and I'll take you to the palace right after I'm done.
Likely we'll fight some
Why
monsters.
don't we come with you? We can help.
Oh, that'd be great. My friends went ahead of me.
Oh, that looks like corrupted.
The problem's even
They've
worse
even
than I
got the
expected.
corrupted team uniforms.
Hey, there they are. Andrea, Renee.
Fogato, you're late. I was starting to think you wanted us to die out here.
This game really
Any
gives you a ton of
further
characters to
delay,
work
these
with.
creatures
Far
would have
bigger
made a
roster
meal
than
of
I can
us.
realistically make good use of. You need some freaky creature livers? Well, that's what we're going to be farming.
Sorry about that, fellas. But hey, I brought help.
Help? What do you mean, help?
Oh, Bandreo, my pious friend.
A pious
Hello,
friend? Yeah, he's a healer.
I'm
He's
the
a staff
Divine
user
Dragon.
at the very least.
Nice to meet you.
More monks in a
Oh,
mix.
It's the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon? Hang on. What were you thinking?
That hair.
Okay, so apparently...
Like two scoops of sorbet swirling together in the desert heat.
I love how this guy says exactly what everyone was thinking. We're screenshotting this.
Hey, save it for the kitchen. That's a deity you're talking about.
I knew this would get you two fired up. Divine One, these are my Sentinel friends. What do you say? Ready to handle a mission with them?
Ready.
Okay, let's see who they are. And whether we'll bother to feed them much experience. And how they mesh with our existing party setup. Of course, first we'll have to do the party setup. I tend to take way too long with it, but we'll do it. Okay. This is a route the enemy, and how many units are we entitled to? We can pick 7, so the party's going to be fairly lean. We'll build around who the allies are going to be. It looks like those 4th of July popsicles you can buy for the kids. Yeah, I guess so. Stars and stripes. Okay, so let's see. What are we dealing with? Cavalry, that's great, because I haven't really even bothered to level much cavalry over the course of this campaign. So having some in the mix for the desert map. It's interesting, because in previous games, cavalry was kind of especially bad for desert maps, because they just would have no movement whatsoever in sand. I certainly remember that to be the case in some of the sand maps in Awakening, for instance. But it looks like cavalry will actually be decently useful here, because sand is just going to be a straight movement -3 to everybody. And so we'll basically just be nuking a lot of these guys from range as they come in. Anyway, Great Knight, which is great because it's not redundant with my General, who I just built up. Sentinel is a class on its own. But yeah, that's probably because he's one of the Lord-type units. All the Lords and Nobles in this game have their own promotion path and their own unique promoted class. Although level 17 tells me this is a base class, not a promoted class. Rider and Archer. So yeah, it's basically Bow Knight and High Priest, which is great. This is also not redundant with what I just built my monk into. So I created exactly the right classes that would just work well with this instead of overlapping. Anyway, stat-wise, let's take a look at what he's got. He's got tomes. He's mostly going to be built around... Oh, he's got the shielding art for physical attack, but magic attack is his specialization. And he's got a long-range heal as well as a warp, which is great. Warp for allies. And it is limited to 5 spaces, but that's going to be plenty for getting us out of trouble. Alright, given who we have in the main party here, let's figure out who we want. I think we definitely want a flyer, possibly two. Levin Sword, we gotta loot this thing. Who do I even want Levin Sword on, given I don't have a lot of sword users, let alone sword users with magic stats right now. I probably... Yeah, magic 3 on the avatar, that's no good. I don't have any sword users, really, who Levin Sword would be viable with until I promote some classes, perhaps. Yeah, magic 3, that's not useful. Oh, you know who could use it is Celine. Because she's got B swords and she's a magic attacker. And of course I just haven't leveled her up in a long time because she's way down to level 10. Eventually, I think we could also have a promotion path for somebody like Citrin, so let me just take a look at this. We're not promoting her yet, obviously. But no, Sage eventually does not have swords. But the ideal candidate for something like 11 Sword would be Celine, then. Although I guess it would just be kind of equivalent to her existing magic attacks, so... Ideally, you want 11 Sword on somebody who is usually a physical attacker, but who happens to have a high magic stat. We don't really have anybody who meets that description right now. Yeah, this game throws tons of characters at you, and most of my characters have gone kind of unused lately. I usually don't stick with just a main core party in Fire Emblem like a lot of people do, but this game I felt has kind of funneled me towards doing that. Where we definitely have had a bit of a core team lately. Yeah, some of my guys are lagging way behind. I mean, the Paladin we get at the start with hardly touched, she's level 1. But that's true of a lot of the pre-promoted units that I get early on. That's usually how I play. But this fella, he's one of the main characters in the game. He's still back in level 8 because I haven't touched him since, I don't know, chapter 3 or 4. Or something silly like that. But yeah, we only just started to get classes promoted just now before we started this level. And anyway, in terms of unit selection, we must keep the main character. We'll definitely keep Louis, Jean, and Anna because I'm working on Anna and Lucina. We might even just keep this core party as is. Because we'll have Citrin in here for magic attack. We'll have Chloe and Ivy. Does Ivy get to use swords if I eventually promote her? Let's take a look. So yeah, right now I don't know who gets the 11 sword even after I loot it. I might just have to keep it in the back pocket for somebody like Celine down here. But ideally you want somebody to be switching between sword and 11 sword. Anyway, let me actually take a look at what kind of enemies we're dealing with, and then we'll finish the unit selection. Oh, villagers. I assume we have to rescue the villagers, and that rescuing all of the villagers will give me some kind of reward. So we want to go fast. We want to just run in here and clobber these guys before too much happens, because that looks very much like an optional objective. And we try to do those. Yeah, martial monks. I'm just trying to look for any kind of major unit types we need to be concerned about. Killing edge on this guy with a crit of about 37. Yeah, we need to nuke him from afar. That's definitely going to be the case. Except, of course, I can't start with units up here, so we'll need to take care of him some other way. Iron Blade has the pushback. Hellfire on this guy. Yeah, generally not too concerned about a lot of this stuff. Main thing is that we're going to be a little bit on the slow side. Also, I guess I should decide, am I running single heal? Yes, because we've got Pandreo for a second heal. So we'll just run single heal with Jean. Yeah, we definitely want flyers, so I will probably go Chloe and Ivy for some of these guys here. And yeah, a lot of their magic resistance is going to be pretty low as well, so should work pretty well. Flyers only over to rock. Yeah, flyers should start over to rock so they're not obstructed. And let's see. Yeah, we'll probably bring in Ivy. I kind of think that maybe somebody like... Yeah, Selene is definitely the one who should be using Love and Sword eventually. I just don't know necessarily that I want to level her up on this map. Or if I just want to continue working on Citrine as my main mage for now. Let's take a look. Whoops. Swap spaces. Yeah. Some pretty heavy magic resistance on the mage and on some of the flyers. Oh, we got a spear on this guy. Okay, so that's something to watch out for, is the 2 range on the flyer. I guess I should have an archer here for shooting down, except I don't think I need one because the power that I have off of Lyn basically allows me to pick off a flying unit at will at the beginning of the map and not worry about it, so... Speed 9 on this guy. Yeah, we want decent magic resistance against that. Because whoever is going to be playing around here is pretty much going to get clobbered by 1 or 2 units right away. So yeah, Jean's definitely going to be on the front line here. We'll probably power up in the first turn to use the Astra Arrow power to take down the spear immediately. And then, so yeah, that'll just go into the inventory. We want to keep Louis... Speed 7, he can even tank the magic damage without much trouble, but he should probably come up and assist. And then we'll send flyers mostly down low. Wolf Knight. Wolf Knight is new. We know the Wolf Knight exists because it was on our promotion list, but we haven't seen an enemy Wolf Knight before. This one we need to watch out for, because extremely high speed. And is also going to have 2 range with the dagger if we're not running a thief to counter it. So yeah, no, but Jean can probably tank this one without too much trouble. But we just need to watch out. But yeah, definitely taking flyers down here on this passage, I think. And then look at that, and then Lucina can just run up here and smack. 25, we got speed 13, you got speed 7 on this. 25 attack and 7 defense is going to be likely going to crit anyway. So you basically have 18 and 18. If you get a crit off of one of these hits, then Anna's basically going to take that out. And then Citrine has Thunder as well for 3 damage. You have absolutely 0 knowledge of this game series or its strategy, so take your comments exclusively as entertainment. Oh yeah. I understand it completely. I have considerable experience with this series, so I can tell if you're just here for entertainment, and in fact I appreciate that tremendously, so definitely glad to have your company. Yeah, because most of my main audience is generally from Mario Maker, I haven't really had too many viewers hang out here for this, but I love these games enough that I find it valuable to record what I'm doing strategically. And this is my first time actually commentating a Fire Emblem game, even though I've played this series for a very long time. Okay, 32 attack on this guy here. Yeah, I feel like we need to send some assistance up here, and that the way to do it is probably Louis going up here, Jean branching down here. I think we will probably get Ivy for a 7th then, because then we'll have a second magic attacker who is unimpeded when it comes to movement. And the important thing too is that we don't see enemy archers. And since we don't see enemy archers, it means that nor do we see wind attackers. And we've got pretty good resistance on these two as well. These three. Yeah, because despite the rocks here, I might even put Citrin up here. No, we want her here because she can get a fire attack right off the start. Perhaps. Yeah, because in that case, Anna should probably go up here. Except, no, she won't get a first attack off, so... Yeah, we'll start the flyers off maybe in a central position, because whoever's coming down here should not be too vulnerable. Let me just take a look here. Got to do some range checking. Yeah, I want to hit this unit right away. You've got defense 7, resistance 3. We can probably hit that at range pretty comfortably. And yeah, we'll send Anna and Citrin down here, but then because of all these impediments, eventually we'll want to have flyers sweeping down there. But I'm just trying to optimize for turn number 1, so we can get a pretty solid attack going right away. We don't, however, have much... We have the bow, but we don't really have much in the way of magic attack up on the top lane. But that's okay, we can send somebody up. I'm just trying to figure out like where I want to place her. Citrin here? No, she's going to be out of range of everybody. Yeah, because of these impediments here, I think flyers do have to go in the middle. And everybody else will just have to deal with the quicksand or cut through here. Okay, I think this is comfortable. It's definitely leaving the rest of my party behind in the dust. But then we have a second heal off of Ivy as well, and that's going to be useful. And yeah, Ivy is one of the only Lord units with a special class that we're likely to be leveling up fairly soon as well with another promotion. And because all of the Lord classes do get their own special promotion path, as I said, and so she's going to be built up to a Linverm eventually. But yeah, I think we're fine with this as a core group. Let's just do the pre-battle save as usual. And just do a final inventory check to make sure I've got the right weapons on people. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. And let's do it. So we've got to rescue them for sure.
All right, let's...
Finally! Time to get this party started!
I will serve up a most deadly dish.
So yeah, we got to rush in.
Before I forget, watch out for those patches of quicksand.
Greatly reduces movement when a unit leaves the space. Okay, so that's how the calculation is going to work. Avoid quicksand when possible to maintain your mobility. I wonder why, then, I get unimpeded movement off of Anna. I should check that, because it's got to be something to do with her class. Or perhaps with the Lucina power-up. Yeah, backup units, it's not going to be that. But for some reason, her movement is actually not too impeded here.
Any customers?
Yeah, she's just going to cut right through. Which is curious. Anyway. We need to make sure she doesn't get hit in return, of course. If she's in this position, she will get targeted by one character here, and also there's going to be the counterattack on the first unit here. But that's okay, we'll just do a range heal on her if it becomes an issue, and she might just get a crit off of this first attack anyway. Indeed, it's fairly likely. 58% crit, yeah. And if we're really kind of paranoid, then we will just go Thunder with a very high hit. And that should be a pretty comfortable team up between those two. We've got 20 physical attack coming in here. Speed 14 is not going to be too much of an issue. Tactics 47, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. And... okay, so let's see here. As planned, we're going to go up here and show off the new Silver Great Lance. Look at this. He's just going to whack this guy immediately. Okay, over here, my first turn should probably be involved in a shoot down of the flyer. And we'll just do a bit of a damage check quickly to see how it's going to go. Because the idea will be to use Astra Storm against a flyer and take it down immediately so we don't deal with a spear. A spear is going to go straight to the convoy due to lack of inventory space. And that's fine. Jean with his shielding art. I also have the staff that allows me to warp forward. We may actually use that. Given that he can pretty much soak most attacks that everybody else will throw at him. 23 defense, 20 resilience. So everything up to 23 is going to be pretty solid. Yeah, most of these attacks will just completely whiff off of him. Because if I take him up here, we've got rewarp up to 5 spots. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can land him around here. And that's kind of within range of too much stuff, but we'll deal with it. And yeah, any user, I will enjoy the battle. But Jean here will be able to tank damage against a dagger just fine, which is important. The Great Axe I would be kind of worried about because it would potentially push him out of position. But it would just push him here, so that's not even too much of a problem. That's 34 attack speed 7, and he's going to be in great shape. Yeah, because I can just dump him over here. And everybody's going to attack in. Most things will not deal too much damage. The idea is to blitz this area as fast as I can, so we draw fire away from the villagers. So, I think we've got a pretty clear plan. We want to stay out of the L-Fire range, I think. That's the only thing. And even if we are in L-Fire range, that's going to do how much damage? That's 5 damage, speed 9. Against him, that's going to do 5. So mostly it's this guy we're worried about. It's going to be 34 damage, speed 7. That's going to do 14 and 5. Yeah, he's going to live, and he's going to live happily ever after. So let's play. Oh, yeah, I guess we should check these guys up here, too. Cavalry's just going to whip through the quicksand with no issues. Oh, I guess it's the movement penalty is if you start your turn in the quicksand. That's the thing we have to be aware of. That the units that start their turn in quicksand have to -3. So we don't want to be too far in the middle here, or we're going to have some trouble. Yeah, because I guess they'd only get to move 1 spot. So if I have Citrin in here next turn, for instance, because she's kind of in this corner, she's going to take forever to walk out. Probably 2 turns to walk out. So maybe I shouldn't have started her in this location. That's okay. That's what the flyers are for. And yeah, we might even want Louis to stand outside here, but I won't kill. So we'll just kill. And it'll slow us down. And that's okay.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Alright. Great. Yeah, as you can see, he'll only be able to move up 1 space next turn. So he'll need 2 turns, basically, to get out of here in the sand trap. So we'll probably do the warp thing with Jean then. And then draw fire from this guy over here. Let's see if we can kill this one immediately. That seems like an important thing to determine. Let's do a range marker on him. Who was the other one we wanted a range marker for? We had the axe over here. We're a little worried about the Wolf Knight, yeah. So mark the Wolf Knight. Let me just do a quick damage check here on Chloe. Killer Lance is 2 attacks, only 30% on a crit though. That's... Oh, look at that. That's a huge crit coming from this guy. If I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look at this again. Or... Oh no, 33% hit from this guy in return. So actually, I'm in great shape. I've got 100% hit. The enemy is likely just going to whiff. We'll just do it, assuming that she doesn't get hit by anybody in return. Yeah, this should actually just straight up kill. Oh, except that was worst case scenario. No crit, and we got hit. That's fine. That happens. Anyway. And yeah. Anna, if she's in this spot, she'll have to take an entire turn getting back out. That's fine. We understand the risks. Given that, we had better prepare this attack first. In case we need to do some healing. Anyway. 18... Yeah, if it doesn't crit, then she'll get hit a bit. And then let me just make sure she's going to live. Because it's going to take her down to 22, in the worst case. And then... this could potentially hit. 20 damage... That'll be 13 on her. And Levin Sword is not going to be within range, which is good. Okay. And Levin Sword is also not going to do enough against Jean, if Jean is in the front position. So we're just going to go and... whoops. Don't even need engage. We'll just... where do we? Let me consider this. Dual strike, dual assist. No, we'll just go. And hope for the best from the crit. There we go. Somebody had to land it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, have to get the shoot down on the spear. That's something that must be done. Which means that it's going to be either damage or heal from Ivy over here, and we're just going to go damage. 52, yeah, that would have just killed it straight up. Can she kill anybody else straight up? Not from here, so let's just do it. And we'll take the Air Force in here for Operation Desert Storm. So, Jean can also do the heal this turn instead of the warp. But I kind of want to do the warp. It's going to draw a ton of fire, but he'll live. And the only thing is whether I want to expend one charge on the rewarp staff, because those things are finite. But if he doesn't expend that, then who's going to attack into this area? Let's see. Nobody. We could save it potentially to see which units are actually trying to make it over to the villagers. Let's have a little fun. Let's have a little fun. Okay, we are in this area, and he's going to draw fire from everybody and hopefully put them within range for the next series of attacks. It'll be fun. Let's do it. And indeed, the warp staff on my other character here seems clearly meant to assist with something like that as well. That kind of play. You could even use, potentially,
Divine one. I can use my staff to warp you.
The warp staff to get Louis out of here this turn and bump him way forward up here, where there are no magic attackers in sight. So he's going to do the usual Louis thing and just soak up everything. So that's likely what we're going to do with Pandreo, was we'll use the warp staff right away, get Louis up to the front lines, and just clean up. Yeah, we have the bow here as well, but I'd rather take up a spear immediately, so let's do that. Nobody's going to hit this area. So let's go Astra Storm and kill it.
Now I have you. This is it. A good wind.
Okay. Then, yeah, probably going to warp Louis forward. These guys will probably be pretty stuck for a while. Defense 20 on him, though, on a Great Knight. Which is fine, except he got speed 13 over here. Speed 5, so he's going to get doubled.
I'll dish it out.
If we're not careful. Let's take a look at his weapons. Speed 8, speed 9. Let's take a look. Okay, speed 9 would at least prevent the axe from causing too many problems. Physical attack without he doing 12. And yeah, we do want him to face off immediately against the killing edge. Also, movement -3 if he's there would potentially get you out of the sand trap, but I'm not sure. Yeah, because I guess the way the sand works is that it will just knock your total movement points way down at the beginning of the turn. Like how this guy's down to 1. So perhaps continuing to step in sand isn't really going to be the issue here. Anyway, if he does go sword, that doesn't really do much, but at least it'll be 0 incoming damage. Which is important because on the second attack, that'll take him quite a ways down. So, let's see the attack ranges on these guys over here. Not much going on. We'll just attack in and hope for the best. I'm going to put him on the edge here so he can get back out immediately. Yeah, and we'll go sword so he doesn't get doubled, even though it's kind of a defensive way to play. Because he's going to get doubled by anything else. Okay. Silver bow here. Yeah, you can also drop a bow shot, except it will be vulnerable to the axe if axe attacks in. Speed 16 is going to keep this fellow relatively protected. Except, of course, he's just got 10 defense, so he's going to take 22 damage off of that. He's going to get hit hard. But we'll do it. Killer bow. I want to go for hit rate, though. So let's do that. He's going to get hit. Unless we warp Louis in front of him, maybe. But no, it looks like if you start with movement 5, you can just do a full movement 5. It's if you start the next turn in quicksand that you have issues. So this guy's going to go everywhere on the map. And I likely won't be able to block the shot on our archer over here. That's okay, he'll live.
What a pain.
So our archer is going to get clobbered slightly. And he's also going to be stuck in here for a little longer, but what we'll do is probably just park Louis in front.
As you wish, Divine One.
And then the ranged heal after that will take care of the rest. And yeah, Louis is going to be in a pretty comfortable spot if he just warps up here. Don't foresee any trouble with that. Oh, didn't think about the break on that. It's okay. Anyway, this is definitely the idea. Just get everybody to surround Jean. Yeah, no incoming damage on the shielding art. That's expected. Oh, also, the NPCs are rather nonsensically going to try to run for it. I should see if anybody is capable of talking to them. There's a dialogue bubble on any of them. No, I think we just need to kill everything before they blindly run within range. Alright, so Jean will have to drop his defense a little bit. It's just a physical defense though, so it'll drop down to 18. So we just need to make sure we take out the Iron Great Axe over here, and we should be able to do that without too much trouble.
I won't give up.
First of all, Yeah, the sword advantage is kind of unfortunate. That's okay, that's what Cicerna is for. And time for a chain attack. Yeah, as usual, we do want Anna to get the kill in case of the extra cash bonus.
From me to you.
Backup attack is going to whiff completely, and that's okay. 11 sword is not really a worry, I think, given that we got 19 resistance here. The speed 18 is a bit of an issue. Because Anna's got resistance 10, we got attack 18, that's going to be 8 and 8. It's going to do 16 against her. That's okay, we'll just try to kill it. And that's going to be a 100% hit, so we'll take it now.
A little product demo. Thanks for the business.
Anyway, I've got my engaged power up and running over here on Lynn. So let's try to use that. Doubles are good, but defense is not really what we're playing this round here, so. Also, if I stand out of the way of the sand, then I can just use the bow to attack instead. And indeed, Alacrity with a speed bonus is going to just give me a nice clean kill on this guy here. Let's make sure that everybody else is where we want them. Now we'd have 3 units to account for after that, so we just want to make sure we kill all of them, if we can. Silver Spirit Art is not really going to take anybody out completely, unfortunately. So we need to find a good character assignment to make sure we kill everyone.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, Killer Lance doesn't quite get enough speed either, unless I get the crit down on her. Of course, if she does get the crit, then things are in good shape. Yeah, using a magic attacker against 11 sword, probably not the thing that will work. So, let's see, can we actually kill everything? Corrupted, we'll have the steel dagger over here. Yeah, you'll get a couple of breaks on them at least. Going to be pretty significant damage, but if I leave somebody alive, who should I leave alive? Probably the 11 sword. He doesn't actually do too much. Very high speed though, so it's mostly a risk to anybody who's got low resistance, or resilience rather. But we also want to kill anybody who might potentially be within range of the NPCs next turn, so. And anybody who might take Chloe down at the end of this turn. That's okay, we'll just go ahead and do this. And just go kill a bow first. I may have taken a slightly overpowered party into this map. Probably should have taken it as an opportunity to level up some of the back line. That's alright. I should have checked, in fact, if Ivy would get the kill here. You've got resistance 12, though, so probably not. On the other hand, yeah, speed 20, resistance 12, that's not really happening. But we'll just continue to tank with Jean up here. I think that's going to be the way to play it. Main thing we need to be aware of is if you have 21 attack, you got 8 defense over here. That's going to be 13. So basically, I can't leave one of these alive because you'll run into problems with Chloe taking too much damage unless I heal her up. So, what I can do is... Yeah, one of these must go down then. And it can be either. Probably should be this guy because Levin Sword will not do too much against my Wing Tamer. And I can bring her in here as a finisher. Yeah, Levin Sword is actually going to do nothing against her, so that'll be great. In that case, probably Chloe against the Great Axe. That's going to be a 100% hit. And that'll be a nice and clean kill. I'll just try to find some good positioning for her. Like if we do this. Then we break this guy now. So we don't worry about the speed 20. Yeah, Levin Sword will be alive, but NPCs are not within range, so let's not sweat it. Yeah, that'll be the kill over here. If Chloe's killer and Lance can get a crit on the Levin Sword user, then that makes things easy, but we cannot guarantee that as to play. And we can't guarantee that, we probably shouldn't do it. And regardless, we've committed to this sequence already, so let's... Yeah, because now that we've left this one alive... And 78% hit, that's a problem, actually. I think I might want Chloe with the Javelin here instead. 92%. That's a lot better. That's what a Javelin, though. Javelin's going to slow her down a bit. But how much? No, speed 18. That should be fine. And then, yeah, that's going to be a pretty clean kill, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. In that case, should be... Yeah, we want to maximize the hit chance here.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Do not want to mess around with that. And then, Levin Sword, we can just take that up anywhere we like. Maybe up here, so we get some movement flexibility in the middle, unless, of course, we want to chase down this unit afterwards. So, yeah, in case we need to chase down, let's go down here. And then we'll just nuke this guy. Should be in pretty good shape at this point. The bottom half, in fact, is nearly all clear, except for the Levin Sword, so... Great Lance, we can bring him all the way up here. He'll have an escape next turn, even if it takes him a turn to do it. And yeah, we'll just get Louis to go for a straight route. We just cleaned up on this map, actually. I definitely took a somewhat overpowered party. Because look at that, we're down to one enemy unit already. This is going to be clean. So it's just a matter of who we're leveling up. We've got a shielding art over here on the High Priest. Yeah, given that Fogado seems to be on the way to a promotion somewhat soon, we should actually focus on him. However, he's not within range. So... And what is his power anyway? Crit minus 10. Okay, so... Again, somebody he's fought already. So basically, if he shoots a Swordmaster type and a Swordmaster rushes him, he'll be okay. And we've got a packed lunch specialty over here, so... What's his luck stat anyway? Can't see it currently, I don't think. That's okay. Unless... Can I get my unit details? Here we go. 13, okay, 13% of a double lunch. a second breakfast. That's okay, I suppose. We're just going to rush over here. And 20 damage. Pretty simple. Yeah, assuming that the 11 sword doesn't kill anybody, we're fine. And it shouldn't. Because at worst it's going to do 16, as long as there isn't some kind of serious crit on it, which there isn't. It's going to do 16 to Anna, likely. We know it's only going to do about 5 to Chloe. Let's do a speed check here quickly. Yeah, 18 speed. Actually, she's within 4 speed, so it's not even going to do that much. It's just going to do 8 damage to her at most, I think. So we're in pretty good shape, given that everybody here has a high resilience. Okay. In that case, who do we have to move? Just these two. So we'll try to get them over to the edge of the quicksand so they can get out. Or, since we're about to clear the map, let's actually just pick stuff up. You know, just in case. I mean, oh, there's one guy in the corner here we completely missed. That's okay, we can take him out. And we can take him out quickly. Indeed, if I come over here, he's going to attack into me. He's got, what is it? Physical attack 14 will do absolutely nothing, so we'll just rush him down. Yeah, as expected, and it's going to take the hit. Okay, so we're going to basically goof around this turn and just pick stuff up on the side. Louis is kind of well out of the way, but Pendreo, if we really want to burn a charge on the warp for no reason whatsoever, can fish him out of there. Maybe we shouldn't be so careless about the warp staves until we know how recoverable they are, because they might have some kind of critically important use later. So likely Benet over here, or Benet, I don't know, is just going to kill that one. And then we'll see who gets to kill down here. Who are we trying to level? Probably Anna. Although we can have Ivy get the heal as well. Chloe's on level 16. And indeed, if Anna does engage, then the All for One ability is not going to quite get to kill. It's going to be 9 damage off. That's fine. Just means we need to... Unfortunately, Citrin can't get in position before Anna. But... let's see here. This is going to break, which is good. And potentially Chloe's just going to get a crit and kill directly, which I guess might be fine. Because we're trying to level her up as well. And of course you've got Jean over there. So, yeah, kind of surprised that, given the scale of this map, that we don't have a second wave of unit spawns, but maybe I am just massively overleveled for it at this point. So yeah, we'll do Chloe. If she gets to kill, she gets to kill, whatever. And that's a crit. There we go. Okay, 11 swords going to the bank. And let's pick up orbs. I mean, it's usually just giving me extraneous items I don't need, but and of course the bond fragments, which are very easy to farm separately. But we can always sell them off for cash that I can put towards more unit upgrades. So actually, we'll do some heals because that'll allow me to level up some characters. Although maybe I don't need to do it on John. Yeah, let's see what the item is. And do we want to use a staff for anything? No. Antitoxin, not particularly worth it. And yeah, we'll do some kind of heal with Ivy. Probably. Just to get her leveled up. totally burning the men's staff for no reason, but, you know. Want to get her up to 20 sooner rather than later. We might as well call doubles just for the experience. Yeah, well, for the bond, I guess, not really for experience in any meaningful sense. And yeah, up here, Benet's just going to get the kill with no trouble whatsoever, so we'll get back to him in a moment. And just pick things up. Iron Dagger, also something that I'm likely to just sell off immediately. Who else do we have who is usable? Not much. I guess we'll just rout the enemy and get it over with. Yeah, Great Knight up here isn't going to pick up much experience, but that's okay. Wow, 3 turns. Very clean. Yeah, maybe even a movement's supposed to work a little differently if you don't do what I did with warping Jean all the way up front, but that was very simple. Almost unusually so. Also, I think my sound is off, so give me one moment and we'll try to fix it up before the dialogue sequence gets underway in earnest. Yeah, sound's off, so give me one moment. This has been happening again lately, and that's unfortunate because I thought I had it mostly fixed up. And it was a technical issue that had left me alone for some time, but might be a cabling issue at this point. Let me just get the sound reset, and then we'll see if this works. Okay, we should be up and running, I think. Give me one moment, actually. I'll check one more thing. Sound should be up and running, but my local sound is not in good shape right now, so let me just try something quickly. Okay, should be up and running now. Okay, yeah, I hope it wasn't dead for too long, but that was just a quick battle. Took more time to do the setup than the actual fight, I think. That's okay, it just means that I should really be working on some of the backline of my party. Then, yeah, let's just grab the relevant items. We don't really need to talk to everybody, given that the bond fragments are automatic, but I usually like to see what they have to say anyhow.
Right.
He doesn't seem eager to join the Sentinels for much more. Can we recruit the pet? Yes, we can. We haven't upgraded donations on this map just yet, but we'll do that eventually.
If not for your help.
And yes, because we have rescued all the villagers on the map itself, we're able to get some of these bonus items. Also, B Minutes coming in with a party of 11. Let me just give you a quick shout out. B Minutes, who is also playing this game. Just so people coming in know, I am ahead of B Minutes by quite a bit in this game. I just finished chapter 12, so if that's a concern, do keep that in mind. But it should probably not be too much of a problem. But yeah, we just finished a map. Pretty efficiently, in fact. Let me just make sure I
Thanks.
get some of the essential dialogue out of the way. Because I did rescue a few villagers along the way.
Phew.
Obstruct, great. There should be one more villager here somewhere.
Thank you.
And yeah, welcome Clockwork Jules, the Lego Nut, and of course, B Minutes, always coming in with an incredible emote selection. Now, who's the remaining guy? There's at least one more I should be talking to. Also, I don't think I can recruit the camel yet. So we will have to get the relevant upgrade. I've talked to this one already. There should have been one more. I want to rescue 3. Maybe you can only talk to 2 of them, but I should run around and find out. Yeah, so no camel for me, at least not yet. Oh yeah, it should be the ones in white.
Thank you.
So that guy is giving me something. This villager has not given me anything. Elixir, okay, great. We don't tend to use the consumables very heavily, but yeah.
Listen to this.
Who even was my MVP that round? It must have been either Jean or Louis, but I don't recall. But when you have an MVP on a map, they do actually acknowledge that in the post-battle dialogue, so... That's okay, we'll probably just grab the bond fragments and get out of here. Yeah, some of the characters we haven't been using so much. Okay. And who's over here? Oh yeah, we've talked to him already. Anyway, let's take the automatic bond fragments and just get out. And let's get back to the world map, see if any paralogs have opened up.
Nice going. You really showed them what the Divine Dragon can do. Now, to Solm Palace. Stay close.
Thanks, Fogato.
This ought to be interesting.
Years? I thought Solm and Firene have...
Our countries are allies, sure, but in fact, out of Solm's whole royal family?
What? No one else?
Nope.
Highly
The royal
suspicious.
consort, not the crown princess, and not her brother, the prince.
I guess they're fairly private.
Strange.
I never met them either.
Same thing happened to you, huh?
I may have forgotten the way to the palace. It was a strange scene. The queen received us alone when we asked to meet the princess and prince.
She told us the exact same thing. It didn't make sense. If you're royalty, I got the feeling
They do things
she was
differently here.
hiding them from us. But
Goldfish,
why?
welcome.
Were they sick?
Shy. Everyone we've met here has been so friendly.
The queen is too. Let's be on guard, all right?
Got it.
Anyway, we'll probably have to fight whoever's holding Ike. Then see how things develop from there.
We're here. Solm Palace.
Thanks for leading the way, Fogato. I don't know how we'd have gotten here with...
Of course. Just another day in the...
I'll be sure to commend you to the Queen. Huh? Fogato.
Talking to the guards. What else?
Does he have a meeting with the queen as well?
Beats me. Maybe he's here on some kind of sentinel bit.
Definitely
Fogato.
sentinel business.
Wait for us.
Anyway, he's gonna run off, pick another fight somewhere. We'll be stuck in a desert somewhere.
Hey, I'm home.
Home?
Welcome back, Prince Fogato.
I'll open the gate.
Yes, let the gate be open.
Prince. That guard say Prince?
Unless we misheard him.
I mean, he
In
gets a class
exactly the
promotion
same
of his
way.
own, so I think that was fairly obvious to me, at least. You
Thanks
don't
for
just
waiting, folks.
give anybody the sentinel class.
Fogato, we're a little confused.
Did I not mention that?
No, you didn't.
Whoops. Egg meat face. I'm Fogato, captain of the Sentinels. Come
Yeah,
on
I
in.
mean,
You wanted to meet Mom, right?
all the characters have basically come in sets of 3 with, well, sometimes 4 with the nobles and the royal retainers, so
Mom! Visitors!
we recruit them as clusters.
What is
Which is why we're sitting on so many recruits, far more than I can actually use,
I didn't realize he was royalty.
even by Fire Emblem standards.
Prince personally going on patrol.
I wonder why we never met him before.
It's a mystery. Don't want to keep Prince Fogato waiting.
Anyway, we're going to assemble all these royal companions that we've hardly been using, and here's Rael and Mart. Massive spoilers for people coming in, of course.
Stolen, miserable.
If you
torn
are one of
apart
those
from your
strange
friends.
people who actually plays Fire
How
Emblem for the plot.
delicious.
Lady Vale.
Zephyr, tell me, what are the Divine Dragon's forces up to?
They passed through the Shadowy Moor. It appears they've arrived in Solm.
So they did not return to Brodia. Can we go after them, Lady Vale? Patience, Marnie. If we wait, we can steal Solm's ring from them along with the others. Oh, smart.
And we'll likely have to
I'll be a good girl and wait then.
get to that fight anyway, so.
You are a treasure, Marnie.
Now I wonder if
Isn't she
all
just
of the remaining
pride
four
of the four
will be accounted for very soon, or
You two
just a
really
few of
keep
them.
on the praise.
You're such a child. Praise is for chumps.
Worry not, Grace.
That's what I like to hear.
And you, Mavir? How would you like to be rewarded?
Nothing for me, my lady.
You won't even
Very
say
practical,
my
man.
name. That's all right. For now, we wait.
Lady Vale?
I've been awake for too long.
Anyway, she's got to switch modes again.
Here are your instructions.
And we'll eventually find out what's going on with that, I'm sure. But for now, we continue. We'll see if any paralogs open up, or if it's going to be straight to Chapter 13. We do have multiple routes, so I think paralogs are actually kind of likely. Let's take a look at a map and see. Because something, Plains of Swift Winds, yeah. It looks like that's where we will uncap Lyn, and that's going to be base class level 19, so that's perhaps going to be much more appropriate to the difficulty that we can handle currently. We'll do that next. But let's figure out, in the meantime, what the next map is as well. Chapter 13, Oasis Village, base class 15. We will be doing Lyn's map. And we'll have a bit more of a challenge. And yeah, so I'm going to be chasing Ike down pretty soon. But before we do that, let's first of all check supports. See if we have any new conversations. Actually, no, because that map went by so quickly. There was no time to socialize. So in that case, we're going to go back to the Somniel quickly. Then we'll do Lyn's Paralog after that, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. And whether we'll continue to Chapter 13. So we're not going to spend too much time in town. We'll just do the essentials instead of doing everything that you can do between maps in this cycle. We'll see, first of all, if we have anything to collect from the board, and also any other new and essential conversation. We don't currently have enough money for donations, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would just pile some in here. So we can recruit that camel, mostly. And yeah, we'll definitely get the meal going.
Hey there.
Which usually builds up at least one support conversation. And let's see who we're going to grab this time. Maybe some of the new dining partners, just to get them into the book, but also work a little bit on the main party. And yeah, I've been using Jade for one map, I think, but we'll see. I'll put a DM on. Okay, an expert here, but a pretty light meal, just going to give you a buff to resilience. We'll do it though, we've got plenty of potatoes to go around, and we'll just feed that in.
Might as well make this part of my training routine. I think it's going well.
And it might build up some support so we can talk our way
look how
through.
good it turned
Conversation available.
Delicious.
It tastes good. Nice.
Great.
Something to snack on.
Now we've got leftovers who... well, we'll determine where we assign those, but we have a couple of units now that actually get food-related buffs. Speaking of which, let's see if there are any major new conversations we need to be aware of. Probably just for new recruits. Fugado over there. Bonet in the orchard. Or is it Bonet? I keep forgetting. Pantreo at the farm, and we got a couple of supports beyond that. So let's take a look at the supports.
Jade! Are you okay?
Oh, Divine One.
I heard you were attacked by bandits.
Thank you, but I'm fine.
Why did
We'll
they
eventually
attack
build
you
her
like
as
that?
a secondary tank, I think. Like
I've
a
run
great
into
knight.
that group before. I used to be the guard for the mine.
Currently,
in my
we've been
hometown.
mostly
I
just
stopped
building
them
up
from looting
Louis
it
as a
once.
general. Yeah, hard classic. That's how I usually play my first run through Fire Emblem. I, in some ways, kind of regret not doing this one on Maddening, because it's definitely one of the easier hard runs, but I tend to start on hard because it gives me lots of flexibility to just experiment. And, you know, hard tends to be easy enough that I can do crazy builds and offbeat ideas while remaining reasonably challenged.
They must have tracked me down for revenge.
The last map was really easy, though. And so I think I'm kind of over-leveled for the main story stuff now, because I've been doing every paralogue as soon as they come up.
Now?
I was pretty infamous among the bandits. Looks like I'm the target
And
of
Lego
a few
Night Night
deep,
to you as well, and
long-standing
B-Minutes.
grudges.
And thanks once again for bringing some people in with the raid. And those of you new here or just interested in watching more Fire Emblem, I certainly hope you have fun.
But it's fine.
I know you're strong, Jade. If you ever need backup, you can...
Oh, I wouldn't want to burden you like that, Divine.
Okay, let's finally get one of Diamond as well. I've hardly been using
One of
some
the
of these
corrupted!
main characters.
The corrupted?
Diamant!
I really should be getting a second swordsman in mix, though, because right now we haven't really been running swords.
No trouble at all. How did that creature manage to overpower?
It came out of nowhere.
Not good with them.
It's different on the battlefield. That last corrupted soldier got the drop on me. I'm an easy target for them outside of battle.
I don't follow.
Isn't there something that makes your skin crawl?
I suppose...
Okay. Let's say...
So let's not drop any caterpillars
you
in
knew
his
you were
bed at
about to
night.
see it. Now, imagine you're eating dinner at home. Wouldn't that startle you?
I probably would.
That's what sneak attacks from the corrupted feel like.
I understand. Very clear explanation.
That was a strange example. Sorry you had to watch me struggle like that. I wish I was flawless like you, Diamant.
Flawless?
Well, you need to get up to support level A to find out what his flaws really are. And we'll have some post-dinner conversation between these two.
Anything to report?
Oh, Prince Diamant, no news here.
I see.
Standing guard like this reminds me of the other day.
Which day?
The day of that snowstorm.
Right.
It was snowing so heavily.
So did I.
Huh?
I feared I might lose a trusted retainer to the cold when I finally
Yeah, I guess we do
arrived and
recruit
saw
her
you were
into
still
snow.
standing.
Oh. Well, let's not get carried away.
Dawn should break any minute.
Oh, understood.
Good work tonight. Oh, and I'm excited to read your new chapters.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've gathered that her
Without
whole shtick, Jade's whole shtick, is that she's writing a book, which is something at least relatively new when it comes to support conversation ideas, because you play enough Fire Emblem games and you gradually see all the character types over and over, and there's only so much the supports will give you. Although Three Houses was actually very fresh on that account, mostly because of the setting and the emphasis on a lot of those social links in the plot.
Incredible!
That it had a sort of anomalously strong supporting cast. Yeah, this cast in this game is absolutely huge. Already. And it's not like I've had to go out of my way to recruit people into it. Even just among the characters that you get right out of the box in the main storyline, it just gives you so many pieces to play with. this point, I am kind of almost hoping for some kind of 30-character mega grand finale, like in one of Awakening's free downloadable maps. Yeah, because the last downloadable Paralog and Awakening I remember was just the largest scale. But you could imagine one of the few Fire Emblem maps that really lets you use the majority of your recruits all at once. It gives them plenty of space to run around. Anyway, who were we talking to? I wanted to find the other newcomers. Just so we get some of the conversation out of the way. One of them was down to the orchard, as I recall. Yeah, like I said, we won't spend too much time here. There are a few things that you can do between each map. Once per cycle. You can do a bit of a leveling boost in the arena. And you can do a bit of fishing. But we're kind of doing comfortably enough stat-wise that I don't feel compelled to max everything out between rounds. So we'll just collect materials and then move on.
Hey.
Yeah, it's a nice place. Now somebody was hanging around in the orchard as well. We'll see who that was in just a moment. And we got that's over here.
Hello.
And then got that. Yeah, I think that pretty much counts for everything. Unless I want to do any kind of inventory management with some of my new tools, like the spear and the 11 sword. Like I said, not really any kind of natural candidate for the 11 sword yet. I might just have to put it on somebody who's relatively low magic, because, for example, when you just have magic 3, 11 sword is going to be pretty useless even for any sort of, whoops, wrong character, armor penetration. Yeah, because you've just got basically magic 16 on that. That's going to do nothing. Unless, of course, you're using that as an anti-armor weapon, and I already have an armor slayer, so I think this is not going to be too useful until we get more swordsmen in the mix, and we just don't have those right now. We could put it on Benet over here, maybe. Oh, yeah, I guess I should give these fellows some rings as well, if I used them in battle. Might as well see what's up. And yeah, he's going to want mostly dexterity and speed. We'll just give him somebody B rank. That's going to be appropriate. Some additional strength and HP really wouldn't hurt as well. Let's just see what my options are when it comes to some of the B rings. Yeah, defensive rating is pretty low on this guy, but he's mostly going to be a backline archer anyway. So, surprisingly low strength on him. Oh yeah, no, he's disguised my healer. That's why I misread this as the archer character. How did I even do that? Oh yeah, because I switched off the wrong character. Yep. Let's not get our interface mixed up here. So yeah, some strength and defense on him, might as well. And then Pendrail, we'll give him something reasonably magical. Some strength and dex there, magic and dex, yeah, that's probably good. Now, actually, no, we don't really need dex on a healer so much. So we'll give him resilience luck and Sarah. And as for a Great Knight, he's got decent resilience for a Great Knight. In fact, we'll probably put... Let's see. Yeah, speed's always going to be useful for these guys, even though they're going to be heavy hitters. We don't want them to get doubled too often, so we'll just give them Severa. And you can kind of see, by the way, from the Awakening characters who their supposedly canonical parents are. No, I guess they just have their mother's colors, like Severa has Cordelia's colors. Because she's going to be her daughter regardless of the pairing, I think. Likewise with Owain. Yeah, they just have the default mother colors, I suppose. Okay. Not going to spend too much time dealing with anything else right now. I guess that's at the expense of not leveling characters for free in the arena, but that's okay. We've been doing pretty well with that. So let's actually play some more Fire Emblem. Because the last battle went by so quickly that we haven't actually done too much else. Anyway, Plains of the Swift Winds. Let's get in there and do it. Base class level 19. And yeah, I don't think we're... Oh yeah, we'll put some food in the bag, I suppose, unless we want to do something with the 11 sword, but... Also... Yeah, 20 HP, okay. Alright, let's do it. And this will hopefully be much more level appropriate. Much like how Lucina's arena level actually gave us a pretty decent challenge in the last stream. Oh, there's one thing I completely forgot, which was... We'll check in a moment. Also, sound is dead again. Let me just try to fix it. Just one moment. It's been happening a lot in the stream already, and that's very concerning. But we will try to fix it. And then let me do a couple of additional tweaks back here to make sure everything's working. We'll hopefully get right back in. Okay, should be fine now.
Home? Do you mean the world you're from?
Yes. This place is just like the Sakai Plains. That's where I was born.
Yeah, I guess we have a bunch of official pronunciations now of elements from the earlier localizations. Sakai Plains it is.
I remember their beauty well.
It truly is wonderful scenery.
It makes me happy to hear you say that. We woke at dawn and tended to our cattle. That was every day of my life
Can you tell me what happened?
The Lorca tribe, my people, were attacked by vicious bandits. The bandits were cowardly. They poisoned our drinking water, then...
That's terrible.
So it's interesting that the Emblem characters do have memories of the plots of their respective games.
Yes, but the Sakai Plains are our motherland. It is a place I love deeply. Enough mourning. The sense of this place is exciting me. Ready your sword. I'll show you the true skill of a Lorca tribe warrior.
I can't wait. You won't beat me easily, though. I've overcome so many hardships.
Oh yeah, I
in
guess
my
we
life.
have to fight her directly.
And
We can't
more will
actually
come,
use her.
I'm sure.
But our bond will grow stronger with this fight. So whatever you do, don't hold back.
And that's okay, because I had her plugged into Anna anyway. Yeah, let's have a good standoff with her. Okay. Alright, how many units do we have? We've got a full complement of 12 over here, which is great, and we haven't had that much flexibility in a long time. Of course, the vulnerability here is that I only have access to one ring. Oh, interesting. That's Lynn's ring. Oh, yeah, no, I had Lynn's ring. I didn't have an Anna. Anna currently has Lucina. So, could put Lucina on myself, or I will just put another ring there, and we'll see. Let's see what we're dealing with. Lots of archers. That's not a surprise, given that this is Lynn's map. I may not want to run flyers at all on this map, because they will just get eaten alive by this many bows going on at once, especially with the fact that she has the Astra Storm power. I think we cannot run aerial units here at all. Look at these edifices. Interesting. I wonder if we can use them like houses. Or if anything else happens, you stand at the door. Anyway, way too many archers. We're just not able to run flyers, I think. We'll probably want some anti-cavalry, though, given all the longbows. Yeah, this is actually so much range damage. Luckily, pretty low damage. So, and oh, the party is split up, too. This is going to be an issue. We've got 4 units up here. Got 4 down here. We've got 4 up here. And I've got the Avatar in a locked position. So, we're really going to have to think about the configuration here, especially because one of my most usable healers, Ivy, is a flyer, and flyers will have to stand way back on this map. However, we did get a new healer with Pandreo in the last map, so let's do the unit selection and think about this in quads, basically. Because every little hit squad here, I feel like we'll definitely want our archers. We'll have Alchrist in here for sure. Probably Etier as well, but we'll hold off on that. We don't really have to deal with too many flyers, so we're probably fine. Tactics 47, yeah, have a good sleep. And enjoy. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with defensively here. Fair bit of magic resistance, decently high in fact. At least around those corners. Although the stats from the enemies at this point are going to be relatively high no matter what we do. I think we basically have to merge as much of the party as we can together at once before each of the individual squads gets kind of smushed. But it does mean, let's take a look at the unit selection here. We'll definitely probably want a healer and a tank in each party, so we'll definitely want Louis, Jean, probably Jade. Because it is a lot of physical damage, and we need somebody who's going to be a frontliner. And Jean's also going to double as a healer, of course, which means that we will need Fram in one of the other squads, and probably our new healer. What's his name? Can I find him? We have Vigato, Benet, or Bunet. Pandreo, that's it. Yeah, Pandreo has a ranged heal, as well as a magic attack, so... fairly low defense on him, but very high resilience, so he is also useful as a magic tank. Not that we'll be dealing with much magic here. Other than that, we'll need relatively high speed and high defense if we can. Because speed is going to be pretty high across the board. Look at Lynn with her speed 31. She's basically going to double up on whoever she tries to fire against. And we need to get her to use her Astra Storm nice and early. As we discovered on the first map where the Astra Storm was a factor. Now she's locked here so that she's not going to be on the move. She has no movement, at least at the start of the map. Maybe she has movement that's unlocked once we cross a certain threshold. That's certainly a risk. But it looks like she's not going to move at first. We do have a couple of flyers here, so let's grab archers. Let's definitely Alchrist. Maybe the new Bow Knight as well. Legato. The Sentinel. Also, I want to check one thing here. Which is... yeah, Fugato will eventually have some kind of unique class change. Is it going to be a Cupido? And it's going to have a sword. Interesting. It's going to have a sword and still a modest magic attack, but, you know, you could see how we might eventually build this as the guy who takes the 11 sword. Yeah, I think Fugato is probably a good idea here. Let's do unit selection once again. Unless I want to go Etier. I should check weapons to see if we're dealing with much that's anti-cavalry. Unfortunately, I don't have as much anti-cavalry here as I once did when we had the other emblems available. Yeah, silverbow, longbow, we gotta check for that. Longbows all over. Also, yeah, the longbows just have some loot attached to them. Okay, we do have a big fire mage over here. Fracture. Ooh, now that's interesting. That this is a brand new staff since it takes advantage of the new break mechanic to basically just disable counterattacks for a turn. Very interesting. I've not seen that before. So yeah. We'll want some archers probably down here. All the flyers are down here. They're going to rush somebody, but we'll probably want archers right away. Very high speed all across the board. Pretty high attack, too. I think likely what's going to happen is we'll run one of the tanks down here. Maybe the Great Knight, in fact. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I was thinking of running Jade as my third tank, but we should actually be using the new recruits for this one. Defense 20 is not really great against this either, though. Especially because he's fairly low speed. Let's take a look. Yeah, some of these guys will just get eaten alive. Pretty high defense across the board on these. You basically need archers to take them down, or you're going to get into a lot of trouble. Probably wind magic as well. So yeah, definitely bows down there, I would say. We'll do some rearrangement as we go, as we figure out who the teams are going to be. And we'll get Alcris down here. He's going to be able to hit one right away. But then... yeah, we have to burn them down pretty much immediately. Fugato will definitely go down here as well. Fugato... I have movement on him. He's going to basically be stuffed up in the same location, so... yeah, unfortunately, Alcris is only going to hit so much. And 11 defense on him. He can kill one, but then going to run into a bit of trouble with the other two. 30 damage, 28 damage. Yeah, that's going to hit like crazy. 19 and 17, 36 incoming. You basically have to... you can't really run into these guys right away. You would have to take a different approach. You can't just run into this cluster because he will die. So might have to pull these guys cautiously back first. They're doing enough damage that it tells me that we probably want Louis down there, because we got lower physical attack in the upper positions. So let's get Louis down there. And it makes sense to have somebody healing at range down here. Whoops, don't want to move him all the way. Yeah, Fugato will go down here. So the idea is that we want to draw the flyers in and then shoot them down pretty much immediately. Fram can leave. Jean will need to be in one of the upper positions. Probably crossing this bridge so he can control the choke point. And then draw some fire from the bows immediately. Maybe it's better to do it on this end because then we can draw all three. Assuming And he'll have enough movement to get there, which he might not. Yeah, because he'd basically be able to draw 2 of these out of the way. And then you don't want them trapped up here either, so... who's this guy? Oh yeah, okay. We've got more fire mages with staves. And with the freeze staff, okay. So we'll definitely want to restore in one of the top groups. Currently, the person holding my restore staff is Frem. So Frem is going to run with the top group. Yeah, we want to merge the top 2 groups, and probably just merge groups in general on the top right corner. And hold it long enough that we can kind of make a combined push over the bridges down. Given all the open space here, I think it's probably a better idea to sort of fight up here to slow everybody down, and then just kind of do a combined offensive. Because this will also ensure that we stay well out of range of Lyn in case her movement activates all of a sudden. This is so many bows. That's okay. We'll make it. And yeah, over here, we'll just want a strong physical defender in case we draw somebody up this way instead. So defense 20, that's okay. That'll do, I guess. And then how are we doing for magic up here? 11 speed. Okay, so we need more anti-cavalry we can. We definitely need Anna. Between the axe as well as the noble rapier that we get off of Lucina. She's a definite yes. No flyers, unfortunately. Chloe and Ivy, I think we'll have to sit this one out. There's just no way with this many archers that will be useful. Yunaka would be an interesting choice here because she's high speed. Kind of low strength right now, but... yeah, main issue with Yunaka is that she's not really going to be able to double too many characters on this map, but we'll take her. More bows might be a good idea. But she's pretty underleveled at the moment. Yeah, high-speed characters in general is what we should be going for to minimize people getting doubled. Mostly just the tanks are a bit on the slow side. Yeah, Diamond might be a reasonable pick for this one as well. But we will see. I haven't used Boucheron in a long time. Yeah, we need to think about who's going to be anti-cavalry. Probably. Yeah, and we have weapons for that kind of thing, but... yeah, well, we can't run without magic attackers. We definitely need at least a Trin, probably, because of her relatively low speed, get Clan in for somebody who's a bit swifter. Because let's look at the speed 16 on these guys. Yeah, that is going to hit hard. So speed 16 would actually make them a problem for Alchrist. Yeah, you run Louis up here and just do what you can, I suppose. So, and just maybe run like triple archer here, although we kind of need a heal. Or we'll just run triple archer. Yeah, actually, you know what? We'll just do a full archer crew down here and hope for the best, because yeah, I agree with that. This might turn out to be a disaster. Somebody with wind damage could be good as well, but I found that the wind effectiveness against flyers has actually not really paid off for me this front at all. Gotta watch out for the 2-range spear on this guy as well, because he's going to counterattack. But he's only speed 14, so that's not as bad as it looks. Basically, I'm thinking, do we want a third archer here, or do we want a mage If we do have a mage, are they going to realistically do enough damage? And because if you have resistance 11 over here, resilience 11, then you know, you get stuff like magic attack 30, maybe you get something off the wind effectiveness, but not likely. The speed advantage will not really be very serious either. Let's take a look at Clan here. Clan might be useful, except his magic damage is pretty low. Yeah, I think we basically need to type effectiveness. We might want an archer up top in case the AI makes all of these guys rush upward instead. Like maybe keep one archer in this group. We don't want Pendreo and Frem in the same group. We really want to swap her over here. Because you got some decent magic damage against comparatively medium speed characters. So we basically have Citrine, Pendreo, Jade, Naka. This is not a bad squad here. I think that'll do. Be a little concerned about attacking into some of these guys, but especially with these skills. Unit cannot be moved by skills, smash weapons, etc. Yeah, so it's just going to control that location. Is this a route enemy map? No, it's a defeat Lin map, so we'll have to see if those characters activate. But yeah, you got a bow over here. Fairly low defense on these guys though, so I think we will run with a squad like that. That should work. We'll keep Pendreo in the back. I feel like a Pendreo is a character where he currently only has physic. We might want to give him a regular heal as well, so we're not just wasting a physic staff. Yeah, I don't think we need to self-heal on him. We're going to store that, because we'll eventually merge healers, so... How's his magic stat anyway? Pretty good. So we can probably just do standard heal on him. Unless we really want to burn him in. Yeah, speaking of that, let's get the Emblem ring so we don't forget. Anybody will do, as long as it's stats that we like. I probably want a good speed stat on this map, in fact. So we'll see if we can find somebody who has one. Dex and somebody not already in use, of course. Yeah, let's actually go with Legion down here. Strength and speed, that looks good. Okay, how many spots do we have to fill? We need to fill one more spot, so let's take a look what I was doing. Okay, so up here we have Jean as our tank, we've got Anna and Lucina, we've got Frem. So this will be eventually my damaged crew. Oh, you know what? Anna could be useful as somebody who will inflict a break on the lances. Given that they've got defense 16 over here, you've basically got, what is it, 25 and 16, that's going to be 9, and then a crit would then do 27 against them. That's okay. No, we want type effectiveness on flying, so I'm thinking we'll probably bring in a third archer, but then that might be just too much power that's dedicated all towards the... like, it'll counter a lot of bows later, I suppose, but it's maybe a little too heavy on one unit type. We bring in Etche, so currently thinking that we'll bring in somebody like Clan for the magic attack instead. But we'll see about that. Because we have so many archers incoming. Let's take a look at their speed. That we don't want to be fighting them head on. We want to be fighting them with only where possible, so. Especially because they're going to outspeed a lot of my characters. 11 here. So given that, for our final selection, maybe we should run... Yeah, I feel like running any flyer at all on this map is just a terrible idea. But, I mean, we can always keep them out of range, but in later engagements, it's not going to be so good. Yeah, my concern with him is that it's just not doing much damage at all. It's very weak attack stats all around, in fact. Until we level them up, and of course that's partly the point. Yeah, same with Celine over here. These guys are kind of way too far behind in stats. So yeah, I think we'll probably run triple archer down there then. But then that means I only have one magic attacker on this map total. Let's see. Is that right? Okay, no, in that case we're definitely running... We're going to run clan. And then we're going to swap around, I think. Because we need a bit more firepower, so we'll... Put Citrine down here. My concern with Citrine mostly is her speed, but if she's using wind, then she might be in better shape. So I'll move her down here. Just going to preset her item just in case. Also, yeah, the thing I was going to check beforehand was Anna's Bond of Lucina is likely going to cap out on this map. That's okay. We'll just upgrade it afterwards. Okay, let's take a look at the unit selection. I think after fussing around with this for way too long, we might have something workable here. Basically, we get Louis to pull as many of these units as we can. In a position where my archers can actually get up there and fight, which means that I can't have these units... I can't have Louis be in a spot where the archers just can't reach, basically, across the river. So, but he'd have to go up basically one spot or so. And then you've got flyers that are going to come in and be within archer range. Up here, we're going to try to merge into top and then push down. And then likely these guys are going to run over and start mobbing me, which means that we need to be prepared for shenanigans like that in case I need to send Jean down there to tank. Speaking of Jean, we will put Shield Spirit on him as the starting item. Okay, let's do the pre-battle save. We'll do a quick inventory check, and I think we're finally ready to go. Just making sure people are holding what they need. Rider's Band on Louis is going to be interesting once we get him into position to use it. Do we have an anti-cavalry axe? We have pole axe on Anna, but because Anna has the rapier, I think we should actually give pole axe over to Jade. So let's do that. Just trade that quickly. Anyway, you got Fram here. She's got 2 charges under freeze. That's not very much, but that'll be okay. Might want to put a ranged heal on her, but I'm partly bringing her in for the restore as well. And if we need, we can always grab a ranged heal from the convoy. So yeah. I don't remember the convoy ability can grab items from dormant characters. I feel like I don't want to take that risk, and so we're going to take Physic off of Ivy. Whoops. We'll just dump it in the convoy just to be safe. And yeah, some of Clan's tomes are a little bit underpowered right now. He's got build 5 though, so don't want to knock down his speed too much here. We're probably fine. Might want to trade off some tomes with Ivy here. So yeah, weight 7. Yeah, we'd better trade off. Oh, except yeah, that's going to slow down his speed a bit. I think I actually do want him to remain high speed, just as a flexible mage. So we've already got wind as a bit of an equivalent power over here. So let's go Elfire with him, unless I already have an Elfire in the convoy, which I might actually check. Let's see your tomes here. And yeah, we've got Elfire on all 3 of these. Yeah, we're going to take our Elfire. Okay, finally ready to go, I think. Let's do the pre-battle save and fight. We'll hope the AI behaves the way I want it to. Let's one more check. I didn't end up using the Great Knight, did I? Right, because I've got Jade here instead. And she's got defense 20. Great Knight's also got defense 20 or so, speed 11. In the interest of not getting doubled, maybe I should trade out Jade. Let's take a look. Although, no, she'll have the pole axe. She might be interesting. Let's, as long as we keep her healed up. Okay, let's fight. Enough theory.
Are you ready? Then come at me!
So, what did the houses do?
I can hear the voices of enemy forces in those tents.
Ah, reinforcements,
we should
okay.
attack them, quickly.
Now that I didn't know. Okay, so. Yeah, that's why we have stationary guards outside the tents. Because they are actually objectives for me to hit. Alright. And we've got a tent up here that's off screen, so we... outside the playing area, rather, so we can't do much about that guy. In that case, we should try to come down as quickly as we can. So anyway, let's take a look at the range on this guy. Gonna go all the way up here. Let's figure out where I want to put Louis then. If I put him here, it will draw 2. If I put him here, it'll draw 3.
I live to serve.
Issue with that is that they'll be in positions that are hard to hit with the bows. No, because you'll potentially, if you have 3 attackers come in with the lances, you'll have this, this, and this. Which means I should be able to hit all 3 as long as we do a range check here. Yeah, because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Somebody here. So we'll pile the 3 archers on this corner. We'll do a general range check. Who's about to hit this? Gotta check this. That may be the staff range. Let's check this for a moment. No, it's not. So what's this? Might be Astra. That's a huge range check on something. I can't quite see. It probably is Fracture. Because Fracture is 10 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so Fracture is 10 range. That's fine. The break is only relevant to the defender, so Fracture is likely going to be spent on Louis if Louis gets up here and stands. And I think that's fine. But we must absolutely take down all the flyers on the following turn. So, just stand here with Great Lance. And we'll stand here with all 3 attackers. Oh yeah, maybe Citrin might not have been the best choice here after all. Right, because she's not going to outright kill, right? She'd have to do a combined kill with Louis. And that's assuming that my other 2 here are actually going to shut down the bows. That's okay, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. If she gets hit with break, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, these guys can all run around accordingly. I have to watch out for whoever holds the spear, too. Because that's going to be relevant. Also, it is possible to pull one of these up. It might be a good idea to pull one of them up, because if I do that, then we can at least mob it right away. Alright, in that case, let's send Jade...
Tell me
here.
where.
Let me check, in fact. Full axe is 23. I don't know, given the formula, if type effectiveness is going to be what I want out of her here. Yeah, speed 0, that's going to be awful, but... But perhaps you can take these out right away. Except it's not going to take them out on a counterattack because these silver bows are what they are. But yeah. We might just have to let these guys run in and sandwich us for a bit. But we'll get longbow over here. That's going to do 17, so we can probably run right in and see what happens. Yeah, I didn't know how to tense worked, which does change a few things. Notably, our ambition to combine forces first. Like, we don't necessarily have enough time to do that before we just get mobbed. But we should combine these 2 clusters over here first. And these guys will just have to hold out. No, we're going to come here first. Bring in everybody again. Yeah. I think this is likely to be a little smarter. Yeah, Pendreo can be in the back line. Klein and Yunaka
As your
back
steward.
here. And then Pendreo back here, he does have some magic to work with as well. Okay, and then we will go down with this squad.
Off I go.
Jean will be able to tank that. Speed 14. Yeah, he can just take it straight up. Yeah, if I notice, I put him in the bottom position. But we can also use Chain Guard with him, but I don't have a second heal up here, so I'd rather not.
The Divine Dragon looked at me!
We do have a second heal. We've got Frem. Oh, did I messed this up. I didn't put a healer on this side. Oh, no, yes I did. I've got Pendreo. And who's my heal down here? Oh, I don't have a healer down here. Okay. Right, because we want to damage these guys immediately. Okay, in that case, we definitely want Frem to be coming down. Probably putting Chain Guard on her then, since she's out of range. Because then if we bring Lucina down...
Here I go.
Anna, rather. Yeah, I should have used the Chain Guard on both of them. That's okay.
Here goes.
Alright. So, we keep Alkers in position, we'll play defensively, and hopefully the time we're taking with this is not going to sabotage this too much. Yeah, they're going to attack in. It's fine, that's expected. Do need to keep her healed up, but... Oh yeah, the spear is going to put that guy well out of range. I didn't account for that, but that's what Thunder on Citrine is for. And Louis might even be able to take that directly, so... Okay, let's see what we can do. Yeah, flyers are all going to move in, as expected. We just need to watch their range here. Going to be a little bit tense with these guys coming in on the side. 30 attack and speed 16. We have to be extra careful. Because a lot of these guys will get doubled. If we're unclear. Killer Bow will have 33% crit. That's not nearly high enough, although... The standard bow doesn't even get a full kill, which is a problem. Longbow, however, would be able to get in and finish the job. Needs to be safely at range. Silver Great Lance is also not going to get a complete kill. Luckily, we're only dealing with 2 units here, which means that if I've got Citrina over here, yeah, 22, if you have Citrine with 22 and then 20 off of one of these two, oh, you're going to be 1 point of damage short. Yeah, because I would need to burn him down to 19. That's okay. I think we can probably still do it. This is going to be a bit rough. Also, I can always use Louis to bump a character out of position. 28 and 14. 28 damage. As long as these guys only take 1 hit rather than 2, I think that's survivable. We'll definitely need to get some kills in here. Let's... Do I want to roll the dice in Killer Bow? Probably not. Then... This guy has kind of protection against type effectiveness, because that is unusually good defense. Of course, if Louis can get a full kill on this, that would be great. You know, I should actually just stand back out of the staff range and let Louis absorb every attack and counterattack with a Great Lance. And burn all of these guys at once. Problem is that I need to pull these out of range if I want to do that, and that is a bit of a tall order. Yeah, we should actually at least kill one. That's okay. We'll deal with it. Let's figure this out. Yeah, longbow over here. Let's mark this again. So who am I concerned with in terms of speed? Well, we've got the spear over here. Spear is speed 14 and is a little more survivable. So yeah, I think the idea here is to prioritize taking out this guy. Now here you get within some attack range issues. On this side, speed 16 and 14. Killer Bow has the benefit of being a lot faster than the Silver. That's still speed 17. Yeah, at least he doesn't get doubled. Has defense 11. How much can he take? You got 28 incoming and 30 incoming. That's going to be too much. He can't take 2 attacks. I think what we do is we kill one with Louis and wait here, stay out of range. Let's kind of park the other 2 out here. Unfortunately, Citrine's not going to be too useful yet then, because she's not really in position. Unless got the 3 range on the Thunder. Nah, that's too slow. Yeah, I think she has to stay out of the action for the time being. Alchris will get hit by 1. That's speed 11. Yeah, so. We'll go... Hang on. Didn't I want to get out of break range on this guy? Let's see. Yeah, because the thing is, he fails to counterattack if the break staff comes down. I think we just have to live with that. Let's do 1 shoot down. When we do 1 shoot down, the issue is that we still get 2 attacks incoming. So can anyone actually withstand 2 attacks here? I don't actually think so. Because this fellow's too slow. Yeah, 28 would do 17. 30 would do 19, 17, 19. Yep, too much. Okay, in that case, change of plan. We'll just have to soak the break staff. And then we'll just get the other squad to merge in down here. That might be the best way to do it. Fortunately, yeah, Citrine will have to pull back and basically be a bit useless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... And, well, no, Fugado can basically take 1 hit. Citrin likely needs to stand out of the way. She can also take 1 hit. Just not 2. So she can stand within range so she can actually get some attacks down. Let's take a look at a Thunder here. We do not want Thunder, I think. Yeah, speed 8 will get her killed. But it was just by herself over here. We'll put in L-Surge, actually. No, it's just against a spear. We need L-Fire. And these 2 should be able to attack in. Then we'll make sure this is not in melee range, so he'll be on the back line. How many movement points is this got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so he's going to stand here. And we'll keep him on... Killer Bow, because if you get a crit, you get a crit. Whatever. Okay. Up here, then. We should take this out easily. How exactly we're going to do it, we'll find out. Yeah, Axe is going to get a break on that. That'll be useful. Then you need to do 24 to it afterwards. Silver Spirit is actually very nearly just going to kill it straight up. And then we can just heal him up. Oh, I like that, actually. Except Jean will not be around to do a defensive play over here. You've got 10. Yeah, if we can draw one of these back, that would be good too, so... Just do some damage checks. 4 and 12, that's going to take it down to 17. Yeah, if we get Anna to do the kill, or rather to do this initial attack. She won't get to kill, unfortunately, but it will be better for damage prevention. However, we're going to have a free action on Bram anyway, so I think it's better to do it this way. We'll take him down here. I'm going to go Silver Spirit. He's going to take some damage in return, and that's okay. And for chain attack. Then Anna can just smack him. Wow. Actually, not quite the damage I want, but that's okay. Because she might crit, and it'll be a break regardless.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we can put a heal on Jean over here. We can start rushing down here. It's 2 attacks in here, and it's going to be 17 on a bow. 28 from this guy. Okay. 17 I'm not too worried about. That's just going to be 7 in here. The 28 is going to be 18 and 7. You got 25 damage. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Problem is the spirit. No, there's... Like, am I worried about being able to kill all 3? That's the main thing. Because if the break staff is doing its job first, then we might potentially have some problems. So I actually do kind of want to draw it back. I come down here, and we're a little closer. Yeah, you'll get a spear in the face. We'll just have to deal with it. Let me just check my magic attacks in case that is an option. 20 and 20 on these. Okay, so he's going to hit pretty hard, which is nice. And they're bows, so I should have, in fact, gone right up to them. Okay, so Pandrea is going to be useful here. Because he's actually quick. Longbow, yeah, longbow's just going to hit somebody. 23 damage in, it's just going to hit. We just need to stand well out of the way then, some of these characters. Yeah, clan not quite getting enough speed on these guys. It's probably not that useful. Yeah, 23 attack. It's going to do a fair bit, but we'll heal up from there.
Just meditating.
He's in 5. That's going to be 18 damage. Yeah, he's going to be hit hard, but we'll manage. Also, I don't want to Great Axe because I don't want to push him too far. 21 remaining. Let's see how much I can do here with Clan. Not nearly enough. Let's see how we can do with Yunaka. Yunaka does quite well. Main issue is that she's going to be hit pretty hard with an additional 12 damage off the longbow. Also, is this guy only a longbow? I think he is. Okay, good. Alright, in that case, it's going to be Pendro with an attack.
May all find salvation.
Yeah, speed 10, not too worried about that. And we'll get the compact axe in here. Just to maximize hit chance. And maximizing hit chance did not work. That's good. Yeah. she'll just need to take the hit. And that means she'll be down to 18 HP. She can take an additional 12 from that point. That's going to cut it close. Real close.
Look what you made me do.
Okay, we got a crit. Never mind, that solves that. Now we got a longbow over here. We got another longbow over here. Wow, what is this range all about? That's for the next. Oh yeah, no, it's just this guy. Yeah, longbow is going to outrange him completely. We just need to stand out of the way. Wow, that was expected, but still hit pretty hard. Okay, now hopefully we can take all three. Moment of truth here. Because we're running into a little bit of trouble with insufficient damage. Longbow. Silver bow has a bit more power to it, a bit more kick. I think I can probably kill 2. I don't know if I can kill 3. And if I can't kill 3, then Citrian needs to get out of the way.
I'm worn down.
Yeah, not enough. Res 11 on all 3 of them. Yeah, that's just not enough damage. But then you would basically need to protect her. Probably just shield around her and make sure spear is taken down. Actually, both spears would be the priority, because then you can shield her away from the melee attacker. Make sure he just doesn't get in position, but the other 2 must go down. Louis can't really get around to this side, so I think what happens here then is we go steel bow. Actually, no, we go thunder with her. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not going to work. I was hoping to shield around her and create a defensive core. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, maybe that works. But then you still have 2 attackers alive, and that's an issue for any of the other units here. Because ideally we have Louis just take out 1 spear, this location. We have 2 attackers come in and take out a spear. Alcris and Fagato combined might be able to do it. Like if you run Louis over here. Problem is that Citrina has nowhere to run. Like, does she have a healing item? Yes, she does. That's potentially useful. Heals 15, brings her up to 22. Attack 30 is going to kill her. This is a bit of an issue. Do we have a way to race down here? Not really. So how do we keep her alive? Let's see. I need to go super, super defensive this turn. So for example, tuck her back here. This guy's still going to run around at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the spears get within range because they hit for 2. Not good. Can we do something to buff damage with any of these guys? Let's see how much he's doing here. Might need to roll the dice on a crit. That might be the best way to do it. Yeah, Silver Bow does an instant 36. And it's still not enough, but Killer Bow, you get 2 shots, you got a 33% on a crit. The fact that we have 2 shots means that we might potentially be able to take it down in one go. And I think we might have to. Because we can take out 2. Then we can take out all 3. Yeah, basically if the Killer Bow is able to land 1 shot, that solves this turn. And it can't be against this guy because he's got too much speed. Basically, Alchrist against this guy does plenty. We'd be able to go 2-on-1 against that. Yeah, so basically we need this to land a crit and kill. That's the only way to do it. And if it doesn't go, then we're in big trouble.
Let's have some fun. I'd rather be friends.
Yeah. 33% crit, 2 shots. That was fortunate, but at the same time, I feel like that was, yeah, something I could have reasonably expected. It's just a matter of whether he took damage first. Now, we need to make sure that these other shots don't miss. So, first of all, Alchrist. Do I have enough incoming damage that I can try to go for Iron Bow for the 100% hit chance? Let's see. We would need to do 23 to him on the next shot. Can I get 23? No. So we'll take a 90% shot, and if the 90% shot misses, then we're in big trouble. But generally they won't, because of the way our emblem budges its numbers on the top end. So, now let's think about positioning, because where is this party going next? It probably wants to run up here to merge in and start taking out the tents in the middle. So, because of that, rather than going to the central island, because we're not refreshing tons of engaged usages or anything. So because of that, I think we actually want to run Citrin up here. And we'll need to heal her up fairly soon.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, that's good. Likewise, yeah, we'll be moving up towards the bridge, basically. And we just kind of move a combined force through the middle. And yeah, it means we'll leave these tents down here along this side alive for too long, but we'll deal with it when the time comes. Better to combine forces first. He'd better get a full kill. Yeah, 35 damage, and that's 100%. We'll do it. Okay. Thank goodness for the killer bow. That solved this turn completely. Now, let's work on this. We don't really have ranged attacks down here, do we? We can have the engaged attack off of Lucina, which would give me 2 range. So, for example, we go engage here. She actually can attack in. but not for enough to make it worthwhile. So, I don't think we'll do it. I think we're just going to run up there with Jean and tank damage, and try to draw in as many of these attackers as we can to do nothing against him. Or a chain guard. You can also chain guard somebody at least. Because then that would give me the opportunity to move a character in closer. As long as they don't get pummeled by bows on every side. So whoever stands here will only get hit by one bow at most. That might be the way to do it. Like heal her up first of all, and then move Jean down there, and then blockade. Yeah. So go down to here. Won't be able to counterattack, and that's okay. Jean's got defense 17. We're going to move him back into the shielding stance. Oh yeah, chain guard. Yeah, no, I forgot to heal up here first. That's a shame. That's okay. If whoever's behind gets hit for one shot, she's got defense 9. Worst case is going to be survivable. Yeah, no, the right play was to heal up first before going into chain guard. Or just do some kind of heal at range. You still can, it's just that she's going to take a pretty heavy hit next turn, and that seems to defeat the purpose. So I think I'm going to have her stand on the outside. Or... yeah, no, she's damaged, so she can't do chain guard. So we'll just move out of attack range, and if we get hit with the break staff, that's not a big deal. This should be fine. Okay. Next we start taking up bows. Longbow over here, that's fine. Do we have anybody covert? Yes, we should. Except she's not going to get in position. You generally want covert characters to be hiding in the woods.
Give me an order.
Because they just wreck everybody and don't take anything in return. You can also try to go tomahawk here. That's 21... 66% rather on the hit. Yeah, we can try it. If it misses, you'll need somebody to stand here. Unless, of course, you go thunder, which isn't going to do very much. And longbow will hit in return. Hellfire will also just nuke it directly. I think we'll do that. Pandreo's kind of soaking up way too much XP right now, but that might be the smart play. Also, do we want to do Silver Dagger or do we want to do Stiletto down here? Silver is the best we can do. Yeah, and the bow should just straight up miss. Okay. Yeah, Jade can come into whack. Pandreo can take this guy out. Then we need somebody to pull the other longbow in. 17 damage. Yeah, I think Clan will just need to stand here and take a shot and return fire with thunder. Or stand here once the woods open up. Because then at least a miss chance will be a little bit better. For example, if you... here... got 9 damage... yeah, this is the way to do it. Oh, let's stand here for the support. Haven't thought very hard about the support mechanics in this game in terms of how to build
And
them
so, the
where to
knight
stand. But
claimed victory.
and a lot of the character pairs don't get supports anyway, so not something we'll fuss around too much unless we have something intentional we're trying to build.
Forgive us.
Okay, so gonna stand here and hold thunder. Oh, that's 2 attacks coming in. Didn't realize that. 2 longbows. Okay, 17 and 17. Maybe we cannot really do this. 17 is going to be 12. We can, but then it's going to take him down to 1 HP, which is maybe a little bit close for comfort. I mean, but he is going to stand here for 51 avoidance, so... Yeah, it's just that, you know, if you have 2 characters rushing in here, I don't know if I'm able to nuke them both in the same turn if they're standing like here and here. Might have a little bit of trouble running away from this. So I think I'd better be cautious about this and pull just 1 at a time. So this guy... Yeah. They have basically the same range. Why do they? Oh no, because I've got... yeah, so I can stand here or here. Yeah, let's just stand here. Go thunder. Just to keep things manageable. You won't have the avoidance, but at least you're not taking 2 shots in, and the incoming damage is going to be about the same because of that. Just want to pull cautiously. Yeah, break staff won't do anything. When fired at the end of the turn like that, it's not like I was getting any counterattacks. Okay, let's take out everybody I can, 1 at a time. And we're in good shape down here. As opposed to down here, where I will need to pop a heal on or Citrin.
I'll manage.
And yeah, this is just going to destroy him.
I had to stop you.
Okay, that's done. Let's see here. If we have the Silver Spirit's just going to kill as well. And break. Do I need a follow-up for that to add up? Let's take a look at this. It's going to do 42 just by itself, so no, I don't even need that. So in that case... Oh, Anna's out of position. He's not going to get within range. That's too bad. And Fram is not going to do quite enough for me here. Yeah, Anna would be able to do the 2 range attack from here, but no, she's just out of position. That's... Let's just get in here. And start killing stuff. Would have been useful to level up Frem a little bit for her own sake, but yeah, still gonna do 17 damage here then. That's just gonna take another 7, that's fine. And range check on a bow, that's quite the bow. Yeah, because you can basically do 3 range attack anywhere here, so if we move Citrin in, we need to be extra careful. Speed 12 on her, we should probably switch to Thunder so she can return fire against a longbow. Yeah, because 11 there, 8 there. And 17 there, we'll do 13. So we definitely need to heal her up, but we can heal her up like this. And perhaps even do the chain guard on her. Well, no, I'd rather just heal her up, perhaps. We'll see what's more efficient. Drop a min on her. Okay. Speed 8, and they'll survive. Yeah, let's just heal her up. We'll have to do it again next turn, but... And we'll put Anna in the back line here. So the question is, do we want anybody to be rushing to tents separately down here right away? I don't think so. We might have respawns coming out of here, as we were warned, so let's just move everybody in across the choke point. And, yeah, not going to make a dent against Louis, so not worried about him. Alchrist is also able to return fire with the longbow, so not worried about him. As long as we switch to longbow. Let's check this. Speed 11. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, down here we have to deal with a lot all of a sudden. Might have to run away from this one until we get Jade back in position here. 17, 17, 23. Yeah, no, Jade just needs to go back. Pandero can maybe heal behind her, or we just go straight in and start attacking.
I'm okay.
If we can kill 2, we can do it. I don't think we'll be able to kill 2. We don't have the range. But you've got 8 defense here, which means you can take... what is it? 9 and 9 and... That would be a little too much. But if you attack it immediately, then you have a situation where the bows... Yeah, this guy would be counterattacked. You got 23 here, that would be doing 15. You got 17 here, that would be doing 9. It would be close. It would take him down to 1 HP. It would be playing and living very dangerously. I think I'd rather pull back. However, it does allow me to take one out right away, which can't be underestimated. And if I'm able to do some kind of additional attack here, yeah, I think, first of all, let's do what we need. Let's get Jade up here. Yunaka might even just be able to stay here, except I want to get her back in position, so... Move in here. Actually... Oh yeah, forgetting that that would in fact put her within range. Not great, okay. But then she would need to take 30 damage in order for that to be relevant. Yeah, we're going to do it the dangerous way, and... At speed 19 here. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. Because... Let me just demonstrate this. Let's... Yeah, normally would be taking 9 damage, and would be taking 9 damage with 48% hit anyway, so... If we take one of them out now... Take 9 damage. The hit rate from the enemy is not very good. And even so, it's not going to kill him. It's going to take him down to 1 HP. So we will nuke one. Which one do we want? The one that's undamaged, obviously.
Time to pray.
And then we need to get Frem out of range of this bow. But the other one you can probably still continue to fight. Let me just do a quick damage check. It would also take him down to 1, which is not healthy. But if you are on Thunder, then you can continue to hit. So I think I will just take him down here. Draw in the enemy as much as I can. And we will stay on Thunder, and if he gets taken down to 1 hit point, well, that's what happens. That's just Fire Emblem. Yeah. Living dangerously. Yep, as expected, and Citrine's going to land a lovely crit on that. That's going to be a miss and a kill, so that's great. Exactly as planned. Break Staff will do nothing. And then Jean can just get in here and just kill with the Silver Spirit. That'll even do a break. It'll be anti-magic. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. Just get rid of this guy immediately. And then attack into the other one, who's going to have a longbow as well as a defensive sword since it can't move. We can get some units within range here to hit. Yeah, probably...
Don't look at me right now.
Not going to look at Clan right now. He's not very confident about his current appearance. Look at that. Off by 1 HP again. Awful circumstance. Probably don't want to mess with this 66% hit chance on the Tomahawk. Let's just go Yunaka and be done with it. 100% either way. Yeah, let's just hit.
Winning.
The reason we're doing it this way is so I can also hit this one immediately with Pendreo, who's healing everything. Except this guy is in much better shape, distance-wise, so not going to be a walk in the park. Now, if he switches to sword, it's going to be 29 attack, speed 16. 29 attack, that is survivable. It won't be a lot of fun for Pendreo here, but we'll manage. Also, what's the bow range on him? I think it's silver bow, so longbow would actually hit just fine if we eventually drop one on him. But for now, I think what's going to happen is we're going to... Oops, not discard. Might want to spend a turn on the heal and then do a combined attack on the next turn, because he's got Resilience 13. Yeah, that's okay, I guess. And because you got Movement 5, let's say you're here healing up. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah. Not great. Poor Clan's gonna have to suffer a little longer, I'm afraid. Whoops. Oh yeah, she's stopped already. Unless we do the ranged heal with Physic, but... I think we'll just take it slowly and wait for the rest of my crew to catch up. Because... yeah, you can do this. Oh, and then you do another 15 when he attacks you with a sword. That'll take Pendreo down really low. And then Pendreo would need to drop an attack next turn to take it out. Yeah, that's fine. That is actually doable. I just need to merge him in with the rest of the party soon enough that he can get a heal, because right now I actually do not have a way to heal him. But in the interest of speed, let's do it. Also, I have shielding art. So if I need... we can pump his defense way up. That's okay. We'll do this. Yeah, I kind of need to be able to use tomes and fists. Yeah, so he's going to get hit. Then unit can't be moved. Yeah, he needs allies within proximity for his hit and avoidance. We don't have that right now, so he'll just have to deal with it. Okay. Yeah, let's just get in here and kill. And I'd need somebody to step here to burn this down, I guess. But we'll need to deal with that next turn. Fram can continue dropping some heals here. Likely the thing that we want to do. And then, longbow over here, we just need to get attackers up there in range as soon as I can, so...
I've got this.
I've apparently got this. Let's also have somebody in range. Yeah, I guess John will come here and burn us down next turn. So let's stop here. Also, nothing has triggered Lynn's movement yet, but you have to wonder if it's going to be something like crossing the bridge or if it is based on burning a tents.
Consider it done.
But yeah, we'll take the whole squad in. So that makes the most sense. Rather than staying split. Yeah, a little bit scary. Oh, we got it. And also, Jade can attempt to kill with the Tomahawk. 54%. It's going to whiff, but it'll be fun. Yeah, because we need to farm her up a little bit, so let's attempt it. It'll probably miss. Alright, what's the range on this? What staff is this anyway? This is freeze. That's okay. I mean, it's not like we're bringing a magic attacker in against him anyway, so we will just come here and do 15. And hopefully the reinforcements don't spawn on top of me next turn. Because that would be rough. Yeah, 1 HP on this guy here. Like he's going to be knocked over by a gust of wind. Okay. So yeah, if I use the engage power, then Anna and Lucina would be able to attack in here. So let me just check for a moment. And that would do 10, but that would be with a ton of incoming damage. With the hand axe as well. Oh, I guess... Oh, I see. So, you don't actually get to burn these down or anything. They are just forts. But I guess maybe if you block the spawns? I'm not exactly sure. Maybe I should have checked. Because I was told to expect reinforcements. But maybe I just need to block the spawns then. As we would normally do at forts. But it doesn't say anything interesting about this other than it being ground, so it's a little hard to tell. Anyway, let's get in here. But I show on Armor Slayer Seal's sword. Yeah, none of these are going to do much for me here. We need to get Anna within melee range next turn. That's the short of it. And he's got the same situation here with the longsword. That's a 29. That's going to do a fair bit, but we'll just attack in. Hope for the best. And until we know what's going on with this, I think the safe thing is to block this with Jean on the first turn. Do I have any 3-range attackers? Not really. I do have the longbow, but he's out of position. I do have Citrin, but longbow would fire back. Let me just check damage on this. Yeah, it would just kill her. She does not have the HP pool to sustain that. Let's, in that case, wait it out over here first, and we'll get everybody healed up. And yeah, Louis would do pretty well. He's also got the anti-cavalry weapon, so just keep that in mind when we move everybody in. Yeah, we'll just rush everybody else down together. Yeah, Citrin will
My pleasure.
not be too useful at the moment, but yeah. And she can't get within 2 range or anything better than the Thunder. That would prevent her from being doubled, so we'll wait on the side. We'll see how it goes. A bit stronger. Okay, is she on the move? She's got to be.
I'm not going to just stand around.
Well,
I'll
she's
have
not
at them
just going to
too.
stand around. So we got to watch out for that Astra now that has 10 range, because with my 1 HP on some of these characters, that is going to be a concern. Let's get Lynn's targeting range up and running, because that is pretty gigantic. Yeah, this is just Lynn's range by itself. And that's entirely because she's currently obstructed here. So she can't just drop the Astra wherever. So I basically need to make sure the party gets healed up, which means that Pandreo needs to reunite with the others soon. What we'll do then, let's take her up top. Also, yeah, we got... So yeah, I wonder if the idea was that if the enemy still controls the forts, then they are used as a spawn point, or if you need to block it the way that you normally block stairs. It's not clear to me what the mechanic is. But we need to look at how we're on this thing too. Yeah, this killer bow is going to do 24. Bow attacks at 20%, and I think they can crit, which is a problem. But if you have 5 bow attacks, that would basically, depending on the rounding, either do 4 each or 5 each. Probably 5 each. Well, in that case, maybe it's not going to do too much damage, but don't want to count on that. Yeah, luckily her attack power is not too bad. So anyway, we absolutely need to heal up clan over here, so let's do that. And then, yeah, this will do the freeze. That's okay, we'll just have to deal with it. Just try to rush in as fast as I can before then it becomes too much of a problem. Somebody's going to be frozen. That's okay. Anyway, we'll let Lucina here have Anna and Lucina have first pick. Yeah, I guess if Lynn's coming all the way here, we might not be able to loot the other guys. Which is too bad. I'd like to send a squad down here to loot them if I can, but I think the map ends when you defeat Lynn, so we have to basically let her drop the massive Astra attack on us first, which means I should have taken Jade down, in fact, because she would have been able to tank it. But we absolutely need her to actually use the attack. Fram is still able to do a bit of mending here. And yeah, let's just move everybody forward. And Alcris down here. Do we want to relinquish this? I think I have to, because I do need my other healer back on the lines. Yeah, got a freeze on her. That's unfortunate. You could have used her there. Yeah, she's going to drop decoys, but not going to be too fussed about that right now. So magic attack will do nothing against this guy, so we should not be thinking along those lines at all. We should be bringing Yunaka in and getting her within healing range as well. Yeah, if I run up here, where's Fram? We'll get Pendreo healed up relatively soon as well. Problem, Lynn is well within range of this stuff. And Electro Dude, welcome. Which means Pendreo needs to get out of range here. And heal up. Otherwise, this could be a pretty serious miscalculation, especially if Lynn starts dropping crits all over the place. I think we actually need to run out of the way here. Plan. And evacuate.
I am ready to serve.
Now our moment of triumph. Yeah, he's going to be hit by the freeze staff. Well, a lot of these characters will be, in fact, but it's okay. We'll just make sure they have as much healer access as possible. Run them over here. Then we can start to join parties. I mean, if the earlier map was any indication, the one where we fought Lynn the last time, that we can probably expect that once the Astra drops the first time, we don't have to deal with it. Ideally, that's the case. Because otherwise, we need to basically walk into trouble with her. We'll start pushing up here. The freeze staff will be a problem, but not if we all mob that magic user at once. And probably top off Louis a bit as well, although he's not really terribly vulnerable. Yeah, might as well just heal him. And we'll just bring everybody in. Yeah, I should have checked the Astra range ahead of time. I certainly hope she doesn't get a kill off of either of these. Shouldn't, though. I mean, 24 total damage. I think these characters will generally be able to take it. Actually, I'm not sure. I think the damage calculation is done first, and then you divide the damage after that until it adds up to 5 shots. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to see how the calculation is done. I think surprisingly low weapon damage on the bow, given that that calculation is what will be used for the long-range Astra shot, but we'll have to deal with it. Yeah, so Jade is frozen, she's not going to move. Yeah, currently I'm just concerned that Yunaka here is going to get nuked. In fact, because her defense is considerably lower, and I'm not exactly sure how the calculation will go. Anyway, let's move everybody in. Anybody need to heal here? Yeah, just John. Electric Dude, you have an important question. Yes, please ask. Dark milk or white? Oh, for Splatfest. You know, is it just me, or have we been going Team Shiver every single time? I guess if we want to change from that, we can go milk. But I don't know if Samuel has a particular preference either, given that he's the other regular we've been playing with. I should check my list to see what other people may have pre-registered as. So it's mostly you two that I've been playing with. And I haven't been playing Splatoon at all recently. Just way too much on my plate. Okay, let's cluster up over here. And yeah, Jade can't do anything. She'll just stand still. Like I said, really should have checked Lynn's range, because it seems that Naka here is going to be in the box. Let's turn off this indicator for a moment. This is just a freeze range. So yeah, wouldn't have wandered in there if I had seen that. So let's just turn and see what happens. Or is she going to drop it? Yikes. Ooh. Yeah, so Yunaka did get hit with it. That was 15 damage, 3 and 5. I'm going to try to reverse engineer a calculation to see... Whoa! Oh, that's bad. Okay, so this is how it works. The respawns come from any location where you have not defeated the person camping at the site. Now, luckily... Where's Lynn? Yeah, Lynn has expended the Astra shot and she will not be a threat. We need to take out this cluster immediately. And that is a lot of stuff. And that's why there was a certain urgency to take out as much as we could. But yeah, basically if we had rushed into this and defeated this a turn earlier, then no problem. But wow, this is a lot of stuff. Oh, you went white chocolate? Okay, sure. I'll probably just do that and follow you two then. Yeah, for me, the Splatfests lately have been significantly driven by what other people are doing. Okay, so this is manageable. A lot of incoming damage, but we should be able to hold. Especially now that we've clustered up the whole party. So, yeah, let's attack in and kill everything. And try to do it as efficiently as possible, even though a lot of these guys are out of range. So, do we still have anybody hit with a frozen staff? Yeah, Clan is in trouble because Clan is frozen in place. And Thunder does nothing against this guy. So, we need to block these locations and protect Clan. We can do that. Whoops, we do not have a longbow on this guy, but we do have killer bow. Yeah, that's a little bit rough. However, if I can get a ranged heal down on him, then we can do it this way. But we need to make sure he doesn't get hit by anything else. And we do have Elfire over here. Let's figure this out. I'd rush in here with Jean, but I think I need him available on heals. This also one-shots, that's good. And yeah, that is a lot of damage. What if I take on a mage? Not enough. Well, Sean doesn't have a range heal, so I think we should actually take him in. First attack here. Louis is also not a bad choice because then we can assume control of the space here. Let's see what I can do. Naka will very nearly get a kill here. Basically, I'm trying to see how many I can take out. Like, I can take this guy out. I can take out 2 if we have some lingering damage to deal with. The thing about Jean is that I can also use him to warp into position somewhere. And that could be helpful. Citrine's got Thunder, but she's out of range as well of anything useful. So we can guarantee a kill on this guy. We can guarantee a kill on this guy. I'm pretty sure. Especially if we heal up Pendreo. We'll need to heal up Pendreo. He's in pretty big trouble. I need to get him within physic range. I don't think I... Oh yeah, I have the second physics staff in the convoy, but I would need to get that from the convoy. And then trade it off with Bram. If we can block off anybody from hitting Pendreo, then we're okay. Magic damage, for instance, is going to do nothing. 29 here. Yeah, it's not going to do nothing, but it'll... Oh, also, this character is able to move now. That's important. That it's no longer standing still. 9 damage here. Okay, so if we... what was I thinking? Yeah, Fagato can come in. Killer Bow... well, no. Silver Bow will guarantee to kill. Killer Bow, if we get a crit on the first shot, then we kill this off without having to deal with too much. But we need to guarantee to kill, which means Silver Bow there. In that case, rather than using Andreo for the attack, we use him then for the ranged heal. Physics should have range 5, right? Let's take a look. Yeah, range 5. So you can stand here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heal up. Because otherwise Pandora is going to take, or Fagato, right, is going to take way too much. And indeed, he would still take 20 damage after that shot, so that would not be great. How many points of healing do we get off Physic? We got 16, so... Supposing attacking here, I'm taking out a 7. I get 16, that would take me up to 23. I'd have 3 hit points. And that's assuming that I block off any other attacks. Yeah, I think we need to go defensive. We need to block those locations. Problem also is that Jade could get totally smacked by these magic attackers. We actually need a Silence Staff, which is on Frem. Like, if we can get the silence down, it's only 57%, 60%. I don't like that. We could do some kind of retreat, but the problem right now is Clan. The Clan's gonna get hit. And hit hard. But basically, if we obstruct this corner location, and block off this location after we kill this guy. After we kill this guy, we've got Jean in position over here. And that's good, because Jean can take a lot of punishment. Yeah, Magic 39, Speed 12. This is the one I'm most worried about. We really should have killed him faster. I think this is going to be the solution. We must take Jean in here. And it's going to be with Silver Spirit, which means that his defense is only 17. And that's okay, because the physical attack is not too bad here. You get 10 damage. Let's take a look at this. It actually is pretty rough. Resilience is 21, so you got 8 damage off of this guy. 18 off of this guy, that's 26. 26, and then 27 physical is 10, that's 36. And then that's assuming that he doesn't get whacked with the bow here, which is going to do 23, which is going to be 6 damage. 36. Oh, that's going to be a little bit over. So I think he actually needs to get into the defensive stance. And we'll need to score this kill with somebody else, probably at range. That's what Louis is for. Louis can in fact just get the kill right here. Louis' problem is that the magic attack is going to wreck him. Because the 39 damage is going to go 29-29. He's going to die. Let's see. Can I get his speed up at all? Speed up to 8. Speed 8 would save him against this guy. Speed 12. It would not save him against this guy. Yeah, this is a rough position to be in. We're kind of caught off guard, and the freeze on one of my characters does not help. Oh, it's going to be a hard turn. Pandreo comes down here, kills this. If we can sufficiently defend Pandreo, and make sure nobody gets within range of him, then it's okay for him to be sitting on 4 HP like this. Because then he can get 1 kill. And then we can simplify quite a bit. Because we know we can kill this. We can kill this, but at great expense. Like, we would need to score some more kills after that. Or do some kind of ranged heal to get Fogado out of trouble. Fogado's cavalry, he's not covert, so he won't benefit from this spot here. Okay, got a hard turn. Fogado can also take out this guy, but that's not the most efficient use of resources, perhaps. Although, if you take out this guy with Fogado, then you can afford to get John into the shielding stance without putting too much at risk. That's probably the way to do it. Because how much does Fogado take? Way too much. Takes 20 from this guy. Yeah, the mages are the issue here. This guy's got defense 12, resilience 11. If we can take him out somehow. Like, how's my tomahawk doing? It'll probably miss, but... And the problem with Jade is that her speed is going to lead to issues here. Okay, 28 damage against this one. We have a freeze staff. I think Fram isn't going to use silence, she's going to use freeze. That has a much higher hit rate. It's got 74%. If we can freeze the sword... I mean, if we can silence one of these two, that would be great, but... very low hit rate. If we can land a freeze on this guy... then we're in somewhat better shape. Not great shape. Because we'd still need to kill this. So for example, we bring Yunaka down here. But then you'd be able to probably kill this one safely if I do that. Without having to deal with too much of an issue with mages coming in. This turn is going to take me a while. You've been warned. Because this is quite a knot to untangle. So we've got a couple of options. Some are pretty dependent on probability, so Fram can go for silence. Ideally, we go for silence on this guy. Because he's the biggest problem on the board right now. I kind of don't want to commit Jean to an attack either just yet, in case we need to warp him into a position to prevent enemies from moving. Like if I warp Jean into this corner, he's just slightly out of range to get there. But if I warp him into this corner, then he's able to hold this position and prevent the mages from getting out. And he would get absolutely pummeled there. But then at least we could set up some kind of attack to take out one mage from a distance without worrying too much. Maybe we could take this guy out. Like for example, if we had... no, he does not have a longbow. I keep thinking he has a longbow and it just doesn't. So for example, we get one attacker in there. Yeah, so the purpose of blocking would be that anybody who's kind of behind the line here would be immune to attack from the sword. Would not be immune to attack from this uber mage over here. is a real issue. One thing we should not forget is the obstruct on Jean, because obstruct staff has actually solved so many problems in this game for me before, and I think that's actually what we'll go for, because for that one at least we do not need to worry about hit chance. So for example, you drop an obstruct over here, you just kill this guy, and you restrict movement on these ones here. Better yet, we drop an obstruct over here and prevent anybody from coming through the top side to get within range of hitting Clan, and then we can just block this side manually. As long as we don't allow the mages to leak out. We need a really good anti-magic tank over there to do that. And the problem is that you got John with the obstruct staff. Here's one thing we could do, is we could trade the obstruct staff over to Fram. And then Fram can use obstruct on one end, and then Jean can block on the other end. But then we would still need to kill off a sufficient number of attackers so that Jean himself doesn't get nuked when he's here in the defensive stance. So for example, you got 21 on this. We've established that's going to be 8 damage, 18 damage. That's going to be 26. Leaves him wiggle room of 13 damage. That is going to be physical. It's going to be 5 from that and 1 from that. So if Jean stands here, and if we have an obstruction up here, locking these in, then we bring the whole party inside. And then next turn we nuke everybody who's remaining, the remaining 4 units. I think that's the play. However, we've got a problem with that, which is that if Fram is taking the obstruct staff, she has to do it from a location that will be within range. What's the range of obstruct? It is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if she's doing it from this location here, first of all, that potentially puts her within ranged attacker range, which is not good. No, not if we block this. But if you only block this location, then you need somebody else to block here. That doesn't really solve your problem. You need to block this spot. That tells me I need to move Louis. Louis is going to move somewhere. Probably even here. Actually, no, he can do this attack, because if we're blocking the spot, then the mages will not be within range, as long as they don't have any kind of 3-range attack, which they don't. Okay. Here's how we're doing it. Louis is going to kill. So he's going to do something useful. I think I see the play.
My apologies.
Jade's going to get out of here, because we're going to land an obstruct over here. Oh, the problem with obstruct too is that it will, of course, be vulnerable to taking a point of damage, which, like, it's not an invincible wall. So it's possible the strategy does fail unless we have like a really solid tank there. But Jade can't be that tank, because she's going to take like 50 damage from these guys here. Yunaka might work if I heal her up. I can heal her up back to a full 30. Let's take a look at what kind of damage she will take. She's got speed 17, so nobody's going to double her. She's got 18 resilience, which is better than what a lot of these other ones are dealing with, but not great, because you'll take 11 from this, you'll take 22 from this. That's already enough to kill her. So basically we need to set up obstruct, and we need to wall off behind that even further. We just need to get everybody like way out of range of the mages. So you've got like 4 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the extent of its movement. So mage range, even with free movement, is not going to go past this point. So as long as we pull anybody physical back beyond here. Even after the obstruct goes down, we will be fine. I think. Yeah, that's fine then. So we just need to bait some of these out. And again, this is the problem, is a clan over here. So we need somebody to block here who can survive one magic attacker. Because let's say we have 39 damage coming in here. That's going to do 21 to her. This gives her a buffer of 8 damage. And so it's suddenly if we have, say, this guy coming in as a swordsman. So, oh yeah, also this is a bow. We need to account for the fact that anybody standing beside here is still vulnerable. We block here. And let's say the block comes down. Need someone secondary to block here. Or chain guard. Oh, we can't do the chain guard thing because we needed John to protect. Lucina's ability protects. But she's out of position. Andreo's ability warps him way out of here. That might work. That might work. But then you need to protect Pandreo, so you've just displaced a problem. But then we just put characters around here that will actually survive. Basically, I need to figure out where to move Jade, because as soon as I move Jade, then I drop Obstruct down here. Obstruct is going to stay unattacked. The scenario I'm afraid of right now is if Swordmaster runs up here, hits the Obstruct, and then everybody just kind of leaks in and kills everything. These two I'm not worried about. This, I mean, the Mage is going to hit this spot and this spot. Cavalry, if it runs through here, can hit a lot of stuff, and it will do so at speed 11. You know, I can leave him here. Because he's got defense 6. This is going to do 23 with the bow. So even if Obstruct goes down, Swordmaster goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, that's the issue. Is I'm concerned about. I mean, let's say Mage hits this, hits the Obstruct. You got 2 characters who leak through here, and suddenly you got 2 characters who can attack into this. This is a bit thorny. Maybe I shouldn't have run Louis here. I should run him forward. Anyway, Jade needs to stand somewhere useful. Let me just do a quick damage check here. Luckily, she's not going to take much damage that is physical, so as long as she's outside of mage range, I think she's okay. Which means that she can potentially guard whoever is standing here. And guard him just fine. Yeah, she just needs to... She should stand here. Because... 23 attack will do... Hang on. 23 attack will do 6 damage. 27 attack will do 14 damage. 6 and 14, that'll do 20. Yeah, so she stands here. And let's get her speed back up. Not that either of those will save her. 11 and 19, yeah. Let's get her speed back up anyway, though. Or put on Iron Great Axe so she can have a good counterattack. Actually, no. Tomahawk because it'll counter to bow. Yeah. That's right. Let me check this again. Yeah, it'll counter to bow. If the bow becomes an issue. So, we stand her right here. Then we make this obstruct play with Frem trading staves. What do we want to trade? We could trade... We're going to be using a rewarp with Jean. So it's not like any of these will be useful this turn. But we can trade probably Restore, since that's not relevant right now. The staff, we're going to go obstruct right here. Yeah, because obstruct just needs to be tapped to get out of the way. We're going to move Jean right here. And we're going to use it using the warping staff. And he should be able to survive. Rewarp over here. This is on the assumption that he's going to live against total chaos. Hey, extra defensive stats. Yeah, that'll be useful here. And he's on a shielding art. Good, good. Okay, so now we have all these locations defended, but the problem is if this goes down. So we need to prepare for the contingency where this goes down and one of these attackers leaks through. Because again, the scenario we're worried about is one of them... I don't think the AI will do this because it's not that smart, but if one of them takes us down, and you have two attackers leak through here, we'll need to make sure that's survivable. Specifically, you got 27... how far will this guy go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sword only goes up to this point. So anybody up to this point is fine. That might be important. Because basically, if I use Pandreo to warp Clan away, then Pandreo is potentially vulnerable to the bow if the bow runs up. Let me think about that. Let's see. Yeah. Fortunately, just not in a position to take everybody out this turn. This is going to be a long, long turn. Yeah, nobody can stand here. I think I just have to trust that the AI won't do that, in fact. Unless we can get some kind of kill on one of these remaining characters, which is possible if we have somebody who can actually face off against a mage and survive another mage after that. Like that is not impossible. Particularly if, for example, we have a way to pass a longbow over to Fogado, maybe that can help. So Alcris is out of range right now, for instance. But Alcris can pass Fogado a longbow. That may be the way to do it. Because then we potentially have a way to take out some of these safely. Except it doesn't really do that much damage. Oh, except it Okay, that almost does it. Partly because I'm standing beside my avatar here, and that makes a big difference. Well, it makes a difference of 3 damage, but 3 damage is still useful. Yeah, as you can see, against mages, the woods don't actually protect you. So, that doesn't quite work, but let's see what else I can do with a longbow just to see how useful things will be. Yeah, if you kind of do a preemptive attack like that on a longbow, that might be good. Main problem with that is speed 17. Still got 39 on him here. Doing 26 damage, which leaves him with 7 HP remaining. Which will not be good enough. But you can do some kind of preemptive strike on one of these units maybe, and yeah, unfortunately Avatar won't be able to survive too many shots here. I think I have to leave this as is and just pile in. So the longbow idea maybe wasn't helpful after all. But we'll move Citron over here. Yeah. Let's get our speed up just in case. Yeah, Anna and Lucina will be stuck in traffic until Fagato figures out who he's going to hit. I think if we get Fagato over here, we can... Yeah, maybe do a preemptive hit. That might be best. I don't want to stand here because if the Uber Mage decides to come here, then Mage plus Arrow could actually kill me there. Yunaka will just have to get out of the way here. She can't stand here. Probably the best way to do it. And then we'll have the Avatar stand out of the way. Yeah. It's too bad this falls just short of what I need. Longbow does this. Silver bow. Killer bow. Killer bow has some chance of doing enough, but not good enough. This would have been really helpful. But he's going to get nuked if I try to do anything like that, because you'll have mages pile up in this corner and just hit him. So, we've got to play safely. And that means firing from here. Okay, that's done. Next. Lucina goes in here. And yeah, because Lucina has guard ability, so next turn she will be useful. But Avatar will stand out of the way here. That's out of range. So, Yunaka needs to move. Pandreo needs to get out. I mean, if Pandreo warps this away, then the main issue is if this breaks... Basically, if this breaks down, who does the arrow shot hit? Because you got movement 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got sword here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need to stand away from this triangle. So Pandreo needs to get out of here. Like way away from here. And possibly drop a heal on somebody. Yeah, drop a heal on Jade maybe, just in case. Yeah. Then we move Yunaka back. Make sure she's in dagger, and we pop a vulnerary. And she should be fine. Yeah, because I think magic is going to prioritize a target that it can hit, rather than prioritizing trying to bust this down. So we're counting on the AI to behave the way that I think it will behave. And if it doesn't, we are in pretty big trouble. Yeah, Yunaka doesn't have much defense, but she's no worse off than Clan over here, so we may just have to go vulnerary, and let's hope this works, because this took a lot more planning than I had hoped. Alright, let's do it. 2 units ready? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Just in case, we're going to get clan speed and running. Indeed. Yeah. Wind is correct. And we're going to stand here. Clan can also heal up if necessary. To be absolutely safe, I think we should do it. Not that I've done the calculation. Okay, let's see if this works. That took way too much time. Okay, good. Perfect. In fact. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Now, we have so much of this map left to go. Okay. Obstruct saves today again. It's actually been the best thing this whole run. Anyway, now we actually have characters in position. We can start killing stuff. So let's do it. Silver Spirit is not going to completely make it here. Let's see if we can get some attacks down from range. Starting with some bows, perhaps, now that we no longer have a longbow in Alchrist. Yeah, we'll want the bows on the melee attackers first. Is there one unaccounted for? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Lost track of what I was doing for a moment here. And, yeah, we'll take them down by bows so we have as much flexibility as possible when it comes to unit movement.
I had no choice but to win.
I probably should have saved the longbow, actually, for this Uber Mage here. However, Jean should be able to break it, because fists break mages. And so we will definitely use Jean over here. And then Anna and Lucina are just a little out of position. That's too bad. Would have liked to get them in on this. Citrin also notice that we're starting to get within range of some of these characters here. As well as Lyn coming in hot. Yeah, we're going to get absolutely mobbed, actually, looking at this. So, if I'd known this was the way the mechanic worked, I probably would have sent the lower squad here first to take this out. But now we know. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. But maybe some of them will be traffic jam behind a choke point. Or we'll just have to fall back behind this choke point and let them come. In fact, I suspect that's what we'll have to do, because in 2 turns we're just going to get mobbed. So probably prioritize high movement characters then in that case.
Whatever you need.
Yeah, Yunaka's going to have the dagger over here. Let's see. Is this mostly physical? This is all physical, which is good. Because then we can basically send Louis up front on a bridge or something and have him destroy everything. Oh, except for this guy. You got the Elfire over here, but he is slow. Compared to... Actually, no. They've all got like 6 movement, 5 movement. Yeah. Not that slow. That's okay. As long as we get our frontliners up there, then we should be okay. Which means, let's get... maybe have Jade get the kill over here. We'll definitely need to heal up Pendreo. It seems to be the next big priority. Yeah, we just need to control these 2 major points. Louis is going to go there. For sure. Let's see if we can set this up. Yeah, probably Jean in one location, Louis in the other one, and Jean's already down here, so it would kind of make sense for us to just take Avatar down here. Also, with all these refresh pools, we've got to start using Engage on what's her name soon enough. Uh, 19 damage, yeah, that's just gonna kill. Great.
This time, victory was mine.
Okay, now what are we looking at? We'll go Jade, I think. Also, oh, there's some kind of ability arrow here that concerns me. Maybe it's because Astra Storm's back up and running. It might be. That's not good. Yeah, Astra Storm totally is up and running. It just has a turn cooldown to it then. Because everybody's within range right now, and we'll just have to deal with it. And make sure the party's all topped off as much as it can be. Okay, that's fine. In that case, we'll go down here. We'll go Great Axe. Problem with Great Axe is that we don't really want to push back on this unit. Though, let's see. Apparently this is the extent of the front. Yeah, and then Lynn's range is just absolutely nuts. Cavalry range is not too bad. Yeah, let's get this done. And we'll see if the Tomahawk can actually hit, maybe. 60%-ish, yeah, not great, but it'll be fancy if she can do it, so.
I won't forget this.
And you can. Yeah, Louis got to get up there, though. So let's pull everyone else back a bit. So we can get in position. Oh. And if we could pull people out of Lynn's range, if they're relatively fragile, that would be best. So maybe we should just keep everybody else here outside, particularly the healers and the long-range healers. We'll just try to make sure everybody's topped off. earlier it was doing 15 damage against Yunaka, 3/5. Why was it doing that? We need to figure that out. Because the power on the weapon was 24. Attack power was 24. Divide that by 5-ish, you get relatively 5 damage, so against defense 12. That's the thing, I don't know how that damage calculation was working. I do know that Yunaka took 3/5, which means that it was working out to attack power 15, which per shot. I don't know if that's going to remain the case. 20% damage up to range 10. Astra Storm is kind of independent of a weapon though, right? Or... yeah, 20% attack power. May just be how the attack stat is added to her. So for example, you've got physical attack 24 here. Can't actually see... let's see if we can see her stats. Yeah, that's with the weapon. Unfortunately, I can't see the weapon-specific stats, which would be much more useful here to reverse engineer the calculation. Anyway, we'd better just stand everybody on the outside here. Yeah, you can always do a bit of a chain where Anna and Lucina do their protection ability, and then you do... what is it? The chain guard beyond that. Also, we need to look out for longbows. Might even be worthwhile to just mark all the longbows now. Let's see. Yeah. Because it's not always just safe to stand anywhere you like. Oops. Whoa, no. That's not what I want. No time crystal. That's okay, we didn't activate it. Wrong menu selection here. Yeah, no, because you already moved. Okay, so it's just a Trin and Pendreo. We'll probably just leave them in place. And let's end turn. See how it goes. Ooh, that's scary. That's okay, at least Astra Storm is accounted for. Also, was that a freeze or what staff was it? We gotta find out. That was silence. That's okay. Prevents foes from using tomes or staves. That's fine. We don't need it. We'll probably just get back into the stance. Also, you can't use Chain Guard because I'm not at full health. Yeah, of course. Alright. We need to just let them come, I think. Although if we just dive right into the mix with Jean and... what's his name? Louis. Maybe we can get some results. But no, I think we just need to hold position and let everything come in and do their worst. Means Jean in this corner here. And yeah, so Alcris took 16 damage just now on defense 10. And I still don't understand the calculation. I guess he was taking about... he's taking 5 shots. Well, yeah, he should have taken basically 3/5. I still don't understand the calculation for Astra Storm. And that's a huge problem right now because I can't predict what she's going to kill. We just need to keep everybody topped off. That is the short of it. And we need to watch out for the mage. But the mage is not an issue yet, so we'll just kill everything we can. Okay. Let's stand out of the way then. Jean's gonna go here. I think... yeah, we'll keep Fagato. We need to get the longbow and Alchrist, actually, I think. What happened to our healers here? Frem. Yeah. Let's trade it back. Don't have a good plan for how I'm actually going to attack into this cluster, but we'll deal with it. We need to give plenty of clearance from longbow range. I have to remember that. So yeah, we'll put him down here. I might actually want to switch to javelin. Because then I can actually hit back against anything at standard bow range. And yeah. And we'll have Jade here to potentially trade in. Yunaka can probably stand in here too, because in the woods she's practically impossible to hit. Except she's already moved. And yeah, we need to have other units kind of closer to the bridge for a potential evacuation if needed too. Oh, no, wrong thing again. Hang on. Understood. Yeah, let's move Pendro back here so he's way out of the way and can do ranged heals if necessary. And then Lucina will keep here in case of a counterattack. And Citrin can do thunder, so we'll keep her out. Although I might want to get her here in case of a retreat once again. Let's let everybody attack in. We should hold. The one concern is the mage. And if it doesn't do enough to outright one-shot Louis, I think we're not too worried about it. Because what does this do? It does 29, and it will double him. 29 over 10. It's going to be 19 to 19. So as long as he is above 38 and stays above 38, he's actually okay. We're really missing that Boucheron power right now, though. Yeah, he's just going to hold there by himself. These guys, we need to make sure that we don't have them run over. Also, at any given point, Silver Spirit Art is just going to kill somebody, but... the question is, do we attack in this turn, or do we wait one more turn for everything to kind of crash into me? I think... yeah, if we wait for everyone to crash into me, the main issue also is Lyn. But then, if we just attack directly into Lyn, like if she's within range that I can just burn her down, then we just win the map and we don't need to farm everybody else. And so maybe that's the approach here. We just let everybody crash into me. And then attack Lyn immediately. Which means we need to be within range to do that with everybody who's relevant. Because let's say I attack Lin with my Great Lance. Great Lance by itself does a ton of damage. But if Louis is out of position, then that doesn't help. And if she's piled behind a lot of other units, that also doesn't help. So I think we are fine. Nobody's doing over 28. Except this guy. You would do 4 damage. It would take me down to 40. The mage is what I'm worried about. It's 29. Oh, I should have had one of the consumable resilience items here. Or we do some kind of 3-range attack. And then warp back out. No. Also, yeah, Clan over here can do 1 3-range attack, but then he would be within range of 2 longbows, potentially. Is a longbow? No. Silver bow, silver sword. 1 longbow here. Where's the other longbow? Longbow here. Other longbow's nowhere near within range, so that means that potentially, if I put Clan over here, he can take a hit from 1 longbow and live to tell the tale. 30... yeah, that's going to hit him hard. And also Astra. We can't do that because Astra's still on the board. Let's figure this out. Yeah. Also, she's totally in longbow range, so let's... find out what's going on. However, why don't we just burn down Lin right now? Let's see if we can do it. Silver Spirit, that breaks her, and that does 26. Great Lance does 44, but the hit rate's not excellent. Or it does 36, rather. So this is 36. And we need to do 12 on another turn. So we need to figure out who the attackers will be. Let's think about this. This also only hits for 58%. That's not nearly good enough. We can't do it. But we hit over here. I think we're still fine for nobody running over here and hitting behind. So, for example... yeah, the Manicotti is a bit of an issue, though. 23. Now we need to be in shielding art. I'm going to stand back. Because this would do 27, and this would double. Because this Swordmaster is crazy fast. So that's going to do 8 damage. This is going to do 2. Or if she's on swords, I mean, she's going to use the bow. So let's say 2 damage, plus some wiggle room for the crit. This is 8. The magic attacker, okay. 29 is going to do 7. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Everyone's going to be fine as long as I am not in longbow range on this side, which I should not be. Longbow range, I'll mark it if I can. Yeah, nobody's in range. So let's be cautious. Let's just hold position. And not worry about it. Might want to drop a physic for the 4 points here just in case, because the magic attacker is going to whittle things pretty low. Yeah. Staff. And... yeah, just 4 damage, but better safe than sorry. And we'll get some support out of it too. Yeah, Yunaka should come down over to this side, because she'll be most useful in the woods. Yeah, Clan will get out of there. And yeah, we need some units in position here in case Lin rushes up here instead, but we'll see who's attacking who very, very soon. Oh, we should probably have a bow in position though. That's okay. I think we've got a decent amount of flexibility.
I'll protect you.
Oh yeah, no, I should have done the counterattack on the bow first and then heal them up. That's okay. We'll leave things as is. Given that I slightly messed that up. Yeah, also... combination of different 3-range attackers probably would have just straight up killed this unit, but that's okay. I'm going to wait for Lin to attack in and see how it goes. We're just going to end turn out of this one. And hope it works. Yikes, that's so scary. That's okay. Clan probably had worse defense out of anybody here, and so if he's surviving that, everybody else will survive it. Also, oh, I accidentally switched into the Great Lance, didn't I? I should have remained on Javelin. I did accidentally switch out of the Javelin. That's a problem. Okay, where's Lin? Where'd she go? She's way back here. That's not fair. Yeah, whoops on the Javelin. That was a big mistake, in fact. We need to start attacking. This is getting a little bit... yeah, the Javelin would solve so much, in fact, because... oh well. That's okay. We'll probably longbow that guy in some fashion. It's got 21 resilience. Yeah, that's not great. That was a huge mistake, actually, not having the Javelin ready. Anyway, let's nuke everybody we can. We can always try the Silent Staff as well as our first plan of action. Because I think Fram's not really doing that much else, other than keeping the party topped off, of course. Yeah, actually, because we need 1 heal on Clan, and then we need Fagato to probably... okay, well, let's see. Yeah, let's just kill everything we can and just push forward here, I think. It's probably best. So that'll be ranged attacks on the sword. Yunaka in the woods will generally be well positioned. Yeah, we'll push down here. If I heal up completely with Louis, I should survive. 38 damage, yikes. Oh, that's why we didn't run Javelin, it's because the speed. Yeah, no, that makes sense, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that is why I didn't do it. Or was it? Because speed on the Silver Great Lance is even worse, so... No, that was just an accident then. We actually really should have busted this down. Anyway. Let me think about how we're going to do this then. Where's my Citrin? Okay. Yeah, Elfire will just kill. I think we just need to push in here and kill everything we can. And then Jean will still be available as a frontliner, who's going to do reasonably well. But we just need to push to front. Probably should prioritize units that are standing further back so they can get into the fight. No. Citrin can also go Thunder against most things. That would keep her in the back line. Same goes for Clan.
It's nothing. I'm okay.
The Clan's not going to do very much. Yeah, Longbow. Again, not very much. Might whittle this guy down by 16. Oh, then he'll be vulnerable to a longbow in return. We need to do something with this guy. Great Lance will unfortunately take damage first. That's not viable. Yeah, I think I just got lucky that one shot missed, perhaps. And how would it have done so? It was 19 and 19. Yeah, because here we can do the whole idea with chaining protection with Lucina, which would require... what's her name to get down there as well? Frem. Yeah, because basically Lucina defends upward, or around her rather, and then Frem can then defend Lucina. Or Jean if he's healed up, but we'll see. In that case, let's get the kill with Citrin. And let's just do it. Yeah.
Please forgive me.
And we'll take out as much as we can in melee range here. We should be able to take out a fair bit, in fact. Anna's kind of got to stay back in the back line for now. Because we might need her for protection. Let's see. Pandreo can get kills, it's just that he also needs to potentially be protected. He's got 20 speed though, so the nice thing is that not a lot is going to double him other than Lyn. Only does 24, but Lyn 24 damage would do 16 and 16 against him, so Lyn would kind of kill him. And would need to be kept out of range. But she can be kept out of range if we have somebody standing up front. So I think we should, in fact, use Pandreo for damage so we can continue to push forward. This is going to be rough. But yeah, if we take out most of the incoming damage, it might be okay. This is still a problem, though, this guy right here. The Javelin error by itself probably cost me there. Can I kill it in a one shot with anything that's not a Great Lance? Almost. And almost just isn't good enough. However, physical attack 33 on Jade. Let's see if Jade can stop this or something. No. Okay, so we take that out, and suddenly Jade is also useful again. Let's see. Nope. Magic attack will do nothing. All Chris is out of range. We might have to do the bow swap again. Maybe longbow with one guy and longbow with the other guy. And then javelin this. It'd be a bit of a fancy play. And also vulnerable to Lyn afterwards, if you're not careful. I think that's the way we do it. We just trade longbows. And like burn them down one at a time. Okay, so I can one-shot either of these. Shielding Art does 11. Silver Spirit will one-shot, but I don't want to commit to switching to that yet. Yeah, no, we have to do the bow trade thing. I think that's the best way to do it. Realistically, I don't know that little bit of damage from here will be useful, but we get Fugato up here. We go trade. Yeah, I don't like the positioning on this at all, but then we take this guy down. And then that would allow me to potentially go in there and wreck him with something without getting hit first. Problem is that I am doing this in a way that will not give me a healing option for Louis, unless, of course, I just trade vulneraries and pop it right here. And, of course, Louis doesn't really need to heal up very much at this point, because defensively, once he takes out this guy, he's actually pretty solid. And he can just take out this guy directly. So I don't need to mess around with getting Jade up there. But issue is that Fugato potentially gets pummeled because he's within range of like so many different bows. But that's okay. We have Frem here for a potential chain guard, which could resolve that. And we could also just stuff Jade in here somewhere to minimize the amount of incoming bows that he has to deal with. In fact, we should figure out how we want to use Jade, whether she can get any kills. Yeah, 22, but 62% is not great. And we actually have another mage here to deal with, which, okay. This was a mistake then. Yeah, we can't do it. Because we forgot about the second mage. Let's... If we silence it... Let's see if I'm within silence range here. I need to get within silence range. Might be here. Can't really get into silence range without sort of endangering her to the bows. If we get in here. Nope. Needs one more square. %. That's not good. We could always go obstruct again. Yeah, this guy's a massive problem. Mages in general are difficult to play against. But that's just a consequence of how I've set up my party. Because we got 2 mages to deal with, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, we may have just messed up this whole turn, actually. I just didn't even see this guy. Yeah, that javelin mistake. That single thing causes so many problems. Well, we must take out a mage. That's the short of it. But then we must also heal him up. And... yeah, that's just how to do it. But we no longer have a ranged heal. However, yes, we do. We haven't actually used Pendreo yet. Yeah, okay. No, I haven't actually used Pendreo on the attack down here, so we're fine. Pendreo can get the heal. So we're going to Javelin this guy right here. 97%. I sure hope so. Then we've got to do 1 protection on Legato here, because look at everybody within range of hitting him. He's going to potentially be hit by like 2 bows and 2 longbows, which is not good. So we need to reduce the complexity here. Basically kill everything we can, but let's see how that's going to work. I'll probably use the guard power on Lucina if we start getting some attackers coming in here. But she just gets whipped completely by Lynn down here. So yeah. This turn is a mess, but oh well. Yeah, it doesn't quite do enough with Shielding Spirit. That's a problem. Anyway, Pendreo gets heal over here. He holds this position. Problem is Fagato here will need protection. Chain guard him. That's 1 shot dealt with. You would basically still need to deal with probably 3 separate attacks on him. Including from this guy here to 30. At least speed's not an issue. 30 would do 19 damage against him. That would take him down to 14. Yeah, that's way too much. Okay. Can we do something here? The problem with putting Jade here is that even if she gets to kill, she also totally gets nuked by the mage. 29. And it would hit twice. Yeah, she'd just get straight up killed. That's okay, at least we're back on Javelin this turn. That would help things. But yeah, now I think I didn't play defensively enough down here, because now we're in a bit of trouble. if I can get the kill here. Speed 17 at least. You'd still get doubled by Lyn. For 26 coming in, that doesn't leave me much of a buffer at all. Leaves me no buffer at all, in fact. But I'm here. Here. Anna and Lucina can then come in here. And then they also get double. Maybe. You've got defense 6 on them. Let's say Lyn hits with a bow. That's going to be 24. 18 and 18, that's 36. So she can survive a shot from Lyn. She can't really survive a shot from anybody else on top of that. But is that a problem? It is a problem, but yeah, Citrin will potentially have to take one shot here. Basically, I'm wondering if Jeanne can afford to move up a spot and kill something. Or if we can afford to, like, actually push aggressively here. I think I have to hold position, and I think I have to get Anna to start doing protection. Because the original idea was to go Pandoreo here, he takes out one. Then between my various characters we can probably take out 2 more. But then we have the problem of incoming damage from Lyn to deal with, which we can't really handle right now. So we just have to play safe and hope nobody dies. So Pandoreo is going to go drop a heal here. Also, it's only going to get him to 41, which is a problem because we've established that you get 26 damage out of... Yeah, 26 and 4. No, sorry, 36 and 4. Oh, that might leave him on 1 HP, which is not safe. Yeah, that's okay. 1 HP is still alive, so I think we will do it. Also, he should benefit from his skill, which is 2 less damage during combat if you have 2 adjacent female allies, which... This would in 2 spaces, though. We can't do that because it will put them in danger of bows. And we don't really have them available anyway. So many longbows. Let's see. Longbow here. Longbow here. So we can't really even put Frem here to protect because she runs into longbow issues. This is tricky. What we really needed to do was to use the warp ability to do some kind of combined attack to snipe Lyn instead. In fact, we have Pandoreo available to do a warp ability. If we can get him to move somebody to the back line to do a snipe, maybe that's the better way to do it. I've been on this turn, like, or rather, like this sequence of turns for a significant amount of time now. Let's figure this out, though. Yeah, 1 damage remaining. That's not great, but maybe with engage. Nope, still not quite it. But Rapier can do it. Let's just get in and kill stuff. We can take out all 4. We're still worried about this, but maybe somewhat less so? I don't know. Because there's just so much incoming damage. There's just so much stuff. Take one out. We might be able to take out two. Yeah, if you reduce this by enough, maybe... And part of the problem is that I can't get within range to silence this over here. Or even freeze it. If I could freeze a character, who would I freeze? I can just reduce damage even slightly. Gotta figure it out. Otherwise I'll be stuck here for ages. Because let's say we go leave the echelon down here. That's a pretty clean kill. We can definitely take out like a cluster of 3 or 4 down here at once. But then we'd still have to deal with the magic damage over here. But if we have fewer longbows and bows to deal with, then potentially Bram is able to get up here to do silence, but silence is still a fairly low percentage, and so there's no guarantee that would work. Don't we have a poleaxe? Yeah, we do. That's 62%. Yeah. None of this is great. But if we stand here, that reduces one bow for the silence, and so we would basically roll the dice on both of those things. Very high risk strategy. And we should actually just camp out and let these guys attack in. But basically, what's the risk right now? Who am I afraid of them killing? Probably Fogado here. Because we moved him up before I realized it was a second mage. He's the main issue. And he's the main issue because he could be hit by 4 bows. Like 2 regular range, including Lyn. Obstruction might be able to do it. And he would still be hit by 3 bows. And we just need to attack in and kill everything we can. Let's just do it. If it doesn't work, we'll back up to turn. Oh, okay. No, it's not going to go well. It's going to go, in fact, quite badly. Okay, let's try to go for silence. That's the last-ditch thing here. And then Frem is still going to be pretty vulnerable, so... we have to do the silence. And even so, she's going to get hit by Lyn's bow, probably, so... And it doesn't look like that worked, did it? I see no effect on this. Yes, I do, because it has movement range, but no attack range. Okay, so that silence worked. Alright. Now we're still in trouble, because Lyn could potentially just come in here and kill her. Let's just attack and see what happens. We'll probably take out 4. Then you've reduced a problem to 3 bows, which unfortunately is enough to gang up on somebody. And gang up on them hard. But that's okay, at least we don't need to take care of Louis this turn. Because we don't need to take care of Louis, Pandreo can also go over to Bram and obstruct by trading staves. If you trade a staff and obstruct, then suddenly you're okay, because it takes a lot more bows to hit the back line. And moreover, short-range bows can no longer hit. So we should keep that play in mind, that you can obstruct this spot, and that protects both Fram and Fagato. And then directs the damage to these two up front. And you'll just count on the AI not being able to handle it. In fact, I like that. Let's do it. It means that we won't be using Pendro for damage down here, but I don't think we were going to anyway. It still runs the risk of somebody hitting me, being hit by two longbows, but longbows are fairly low damage. And that's what we're counting on. That longbows don't do much. 7 damage each, in fact. So past a certain point, we're not worried about the longbows. It's just when they're all stacked on top of all of the regular bows that we are concerned. So, Andreo is going to come here. We're going to trade staves. Let's give her warp. Why not? Also, items, I'm going to switch to shielding art, just in case. Then stab, obstruct here. In fact, before committing to this, I should have considered how an obstruction play might have worked down there as well, but I think this is the right idea, because then we defend this whole cluster. This is tricky. Because the problem is that you can still get 20 damage off of the silver bow on Jade. And Jade could still kind of get killed, because she's a little too fragile for what I'm asking her to do here. Plan's kind of in a bad spot, because he hasn't been healed lately, but at least Astra isn't up this turn, otherwise it would pose a pretty big problem. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Yeah, Clan's out of position. He's not going to be able to do anything. But do we want to push in and continue? I think we must, because otherwise Citrine here will get nuked. Unless we just do the bond heal thing. Only used to prevent the first attack though, and only 80%, so that's a bit of a problem. I think we just attack in. See if we've reduced a problem. Let's think about this. Yeah, because you block one attack on her, then she still potentially has 2 attacks coming in, because you can have bow and longbow. Lyn is thankfully out of range. If you have the attacks coming in, these 3, the bows at least are all fairly slow. So the worst case scenario is that she's hit by 2 bows and a longbow. One of them gets negated. Yeah, 23-23. That's too much. You would need to take out one of these. And the problem is that I don't have very many good options for doing so. Let's do this. Yeah, I could move the front, but the issue is that I'd basically just be displacing the problem. Because then Anna and Lucina are the ones that are at risk of being hit with too many bows. Adjacent units take one less, though. Let's think about this. We got 4 units here. No, sorry, 3 available units. You know they can get a couple of kills. I know that if I switch to my other stance, then you would basically start taking way too much damage. 12 damage off this. 9 off of this, that's 21. Probably another 6 off this. And that would be, yeah, at least a mage isn't something to worry about anymore. 6. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's attack it. Sure.
First one's free.
Just doing a bit of mental calculation for this. And then the question is, do we move forward like this? And can I take this guy out? Not quite. In fact, he does quite a bit of damage. Enough that I shouldn't attack into him too aggressively. Let's think about this. I think we actually maintain this position here, because then we won't be able to kill it outright. But then... yeah, because I forgot that he's got speed 19 on me here. That does actually quite a bit of punishment. Let's remain on shield. I think this will not work. I see enough problems with my strategy that yeah, I can do bondage shield on everybody here, but I see enough problems with this. We not want to pump her speed as much as possible, obviously. Unless we want to go hand axe to counterattack any bows, which is possible. Let me just check this. Yeah, hand axe could actually get some kills, but the problem is that she'll get nuked after that. Like, absolutely wrecked, in fact. Yeah, because... but the thing is, I think generally units aren't necessarily going to move out. 23, yeah. This is not going to work. We gotta maximize her dodge and avoidance. That's what we should really be doing. And we can go engage, and then we can do the shield, but the shield only shields around her. It's not going to shield myself. That meets a huge target on her. Yeah, this might have been a bad idea, because now we're going to have a huge attack coming in here. My goodness, this is so many units to deal with. We can do it, but I suspect she's going to get nuked. Because naturally Lin would try to come in here. 24. It's going to do 36 damage, and anything is going to push her over, including the bow that's already right here positioned. But right now, the other risk is that here, despite the 50% avoidance, we're going to get hit. Yeah, I think this is not going to work. I'm going to stand back here and do bonded shield here, unless... I think we messed this up. The thing is, does the AI react upon shield, or moreover, does it matter? Because I think the problem is that Lin's just going to attack right in. Well, let's do it, and let's see how the targeting is actually going to work. And let's put a hand axe on her because it provides a counterattack, and it might encourage the enemy to attack into units that will not counter instead. It depends on how they do their targeting priority, whether they are going to prioritize a target that they know they can probably burn down in the same turn, or if they try to attack those unable to counterattack first. So if we put a hand axe on her and then do bonded shield, that might work. Okay, Clan. Clan, I think, just has to heal up with Vulnerary. I can't rely on everything else working out for me. And having a free head next turn. Yeah, so no, she's going to get attacked, as I feared. What? Oh, chain attacks, okay. Right, because she gets chain attacks from everybody around her. Okay, so that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Okay. Let's see how the rest of his turn goes. I will back up, of course, but... Oh yeah, and there's an attack off the mage as well, so... Yeah, I want to redo that whole turn, I think. We took so long with it, and it just did not function.
Is this really
and
how it
yeah,
ends?
that was a disaster. Absolute disaster. Because there's no shield on the Avatar now either. Disaster of a turn. Okay, we're going way back. We go way back. And we're going to fix this, first of all. We're going to redo the whole turn, and I'm going to go back to Louis waiting. Let me just show where we are first. That we had... Yeah, we are in such a terrible situation here. And let's just go up to... Louis waiting with the wrong thing, basically. Let me make sure this is the correct turn. Let's scroll here. Yeah, no, that was before the attack ending. He needs to stop with the... I accidentally switched from Javelin to Great Lance, and that was while I was moving things around, and that was the start of the trouble. Let's go back to here. I might want to aggressively just attack into Lin, in fact. So who else? Yeah, we had a couple of units that we needed to deal with. We'll go all the way back. Okay. Oh, that's actually further back than I wanted. Oh, no, I went like a turn further back than I wanted. Okay, that was wrong. Hang on. Can I restore this somehow? Whoops. No, no, no. I made a mistake then. I didn't want to go this far back. That's okay. That's okay. I went over by about a turn. But I couldn't quite read what I was doing. Yeah, because, right, we basically have all the magic attackers coming in. That's okay. Yeah, because I want Javelin on him. And then we want to evacuate everybody else around him. Okay, so we'll take the same approach, basically, but maybe a little more sensibly this time. And we will watch... where the longbow range is going to be. Okay, who's left here? I gotta make sure I know who's carrying which staff because I traded them around so much. And who's carrying which bow, for that matter. Okay. Alright, let's move everybody back. And yeah, I kind of want Anna and Lucina to be in a middle position this time, I think, because we want her to be available on either side for the quad defense. And right, because Fram was going to heal Alchrist. But whatever actually gets me some attacks. We'll actually move Pendro in the middle because we want him to access both sides. I think this was previously when I just pulled him back over the bridge. Yeah, let's try to be flexible. Yeah, and probably keep Citrin back for the 3 range attacks. Okay, now we'll get Anna down here. Let's wait this out. Yeah, we have to be careful not to be within range of the mage across the river either, because that hits a bit hard. Anyway, where's Lynn? Lynn's here. Let's just get in and kill her, I think. I think it's doable. That's why I had Great Lance problems, because I was switching in and out to test this attack. In fact, yeah, Lynn unfortunately does have pretty good magic protection. And also, she's going to dodge that completely. That will not hit at all. That will not do anything. If it's viable to get in there and kill her, I would like to do it. I didn't expect you to do the big pullback on the next turn. That's the thing I ran into originally. Yeah, how did I speed back an extra turn? I was checking Louis this turn as well. Okay, just made a mistake. Yeah, we are a little too low on defense to be attacking straight in. But we also got a little bit too crowded previously, so... particularly by these swordsmen. So possibly I actually do want to push in. Because then Jean can go over here and hit. Yeah, Jade stood a little far back, I think. Oh well. Right, because I think this was where I was looking at trying to hit everything I can. So you do 18 over here. That takes me down to 16. I think you can actually do it that way. 13, so not quite, but you need the damage buff from adjacency. That's how you do it. Oh, he had such a fancy turn previously too with the obstruct play and everything. We didn't even see how that turned out after all that careful consideration. Just got too careless at the end. What about fists? Fists do break her, right? No, they. Yes, they do, but that's 63%. That won't do. Yeah, dodging is just a little too good. Ideally, would still get in for silence play against the mages before they come in. Because the problem is that we had the mages just pile up on me. And if we stay out of their range, then we're in much better shape. Or if we actually manage to silence them. Like if I... Down here, what am I within range of? Not quite reaching that. Yeah, because that just hits like crazy. 38 damage, in fact. 38, why did I calculate as 36? It's quite bad. Resilience 18. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't think we can attack it, unfortunately. We need to just let everybody crash into me. Oh, that's probably why I backed up by too many turns. It's because we hardly did anything this turn. And so there were not many actions to reverse. That's why I couldn't find my spot. Okay. Let me fix the audio first. I've been on stream for long enough that it's died on me a couple times. Yeah, okay, no, because I missed the begin turn marker when we did almost nothing on one of our turns. That was exactly it. I think this is what we're going to do. 2 longbows could potentially hit Frem. That means it's safe for Frem to stand here and protect somebody. If, for instance, I wanted to just stand here to get a damage buff on everybody else. This could be interesting. But we only have so many chain guards to go around. I actually need to top off Jean, so Jean can do chain guards from this position. We can do that with a remote heal from Pendreo, but basically you'd want Frown to chain guard whoever's here. And if she's hit by 2 longbows, that's okay. She can actually take that, which I hadn't previously considered. Although, was this a turn where Astra is still on the table? It's not. Okay. In that case, what we're going to do is just stand here. This is going to be a bit of a tricky play, but particularly because you could be hit by 4 attacks here as well. But then would reduce 3. The problem is that Lyn is just wrecking everybody. And also that she backs up. Attacking into this. This would take me hours to figure out this specific turn. But basically the idea would be that you'd be able to do Thunder for 18 over here, and then with the damage buff you could actually get a longbow in here and do 16. Then let me check something here. He's got 19 with an iron bow. I just want to do a strength check on these guys. 20 with an iron bow. So Alchrist is a little better. You can take out 1 bow. And then what we would be dealing with here is potentially still way too much incoming damage. But then I don't need to stand here. I can stand like here and have the same effect. So let's say with longbows here, we just move Jade by a spot, for instance. And then move into Jade's spot. Yeah, the thing about Jade is that I need her to be out of the mage range, but the bows don't matter too much with her. Because the longbows actually can't hit her very well. So she can stand here, for instance. And that'll be fine. Then I can move here. Then we get Alchrist to do this much.
Come and get it!
And then we can get Citrin down here, with the caveat that I need to protect her out of that. And that's okay. We can protect her from up here. With somebody who would remain out of range. Let me check Lyn's range. Yeah, that's rough. Because she'd still potentially have some issues here. Unless I double protect her. With both Lucina and Ram. Which is an idea. Or just warp her back out.
Thank you for the dance.
That's an idea, actually, using the warp staff on Pendreo to get people out after they do a bit of a hit and run. Or even just moving forward here. We don't really have a backup tank to guard this location. He's got 6 moves here. Yeah, you have to block it. Previously, though, we were using Pendreo. Yeah, no, because I was considering doing a distance heal after firing the javelin, which we should do. That's why I was originally considering standing the Avatar here, in fact, was to give the extra damage here to take out the bow. That will not happen. But we could potentially evacuate Clan after firing Thunder. Problem is that with 40 at this point, I need to make sure that you can take enough damage here and survive, because the problem is that you do have 38 incoming from that guy, which means 2 damage from anything is going to kill. But if we take this guy out now, that's not a problem. We just need an exit plan for Clan. This is an idea.
Did you see that?
Yeah, because then we'd reduce the number of attackers coming in. And then we're in much better shape. Now, Clan's going to die if I leave him there. He cannot stay. But Pendreo can get him out. It means Pendreo's not going to be able to come here to help Citrian, but that's okay because we can do the double protection. We can also... we can't get Frem in position to do the protection on Clan, though. Basically, Pendreo will come over here, evacuate. Let's check Lynn's range again. Yeah, so we'll do double protection here. By which I mean, I'm going to engage.
This item is not for sale.
And yeah, she's in a bit of a tricky position right now, but and yeah, either way, whoever stands here does potentially get hit by 2 longbows. Same with whoever gets here. So we need to be careful here, because that would be 11 and 11. She should survive it. The 2 longbows are fine. That's the thing, is that the damage on the longbows is low. And so as long as you don't have a serious speed disadvantage against them, they are survivable. And we didn't consider that seriously enough when planning out the previous turns. Because for instance, you can do Bondage Shield here. Max her out. And then Frem can do an additional Chain Guard here. And either of them are potential longbow targets now. Oh, and... yeah, Astra's back up. That's not good. The fact that Astra's back up and running is a problem. That's okay. Pendreo is going to evacuate Clan. Not too far. We'll just move him back slightly. Yeah, back here is probably good, as long as he's not within longbow range. And then what do we have? We have Vigato. There was the idea we had previously with Vigato taking a longbow and reusing it. I don't think we want to do that because it would put him in danger in this spot. But we'll get him into some kind of useful position anyway. Maybe just on the corner here so you can ride in both directions. So those are the only characters left. Yeah, Yunaka should head towards the woods. Vagato... I mean, if we's within range of one longbow, that's perfectly fine. And then we just wait here. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I think we had established previously that the protection abilities do not block... what is it? Yeah, the protection abilities, like Chain Guard, do not block Astra. So that was a bit of a risk with her, but as you can see, the guards held up. Main thing I'm worried about at this point is the second mage that comes in. We need to do a full heal on Louis, for sure. Lynn's all the way back here, so yeah, Louis needs some kind of full heal. I need to trade him a vulnerary to do it. Or just find some other way to nuke this mage. We're in a better attacking position than we were in previously. I can actually come down and hit stuff. And maybe just push forward. And if we wall off appropriately, then this might work. And yeah, Louis... The thing is, he takes 38 damage from these mages. And... So I did calculate that beforehand. I did calculate that he would survive. But actually getting him healed up this turn is going to be a concern. So yeah, this has been a difficult turn. I've been on the last 2 to 3 turns in this level for most of my stream. I've been looking at this part of the map for probably the past 2 hours. Because there's been a lot to untangle. Like, so much incoming damage. And we probably could have played that better all around, but that's okay. We'll do what we can. Anyway, Alcris can take this guy out directly, and probably should. Yeah, we want to take out as many mages as we can, though. Which means I should also consider using a longbow over here against this guy. But if we clear a path, probably as Lynn is a little far out this turn, otherwise I would just try to hit her immediately. Now we can also try to 60% silence staff on this guy again. Because that solved a lot of problems last time, but it's a 60% hit rate, and I can't trust that. In fact, we might want to try it now, just to see if it'll hit. Because that would change the makeup of the entire turn, depending on whether that hits. But I need to see if I can get within range for that first. Like, silence. This doesn't get within range. Like, I need to push the front line forward. Which means we've got to attack. We've got to figure out how to attack. Also, I can't forget about this guy here. I keep forgetting about this guy here, and he does tons of damage. So yeah, we can't just sit somewhere where this guy will hit. Because he's a nuisance. But we can probably clear out a good chunk of this nonsense. So for example, we can bring Jade down here, 58%, yuck. You see something like 58% of Fire Emblem, you expect it's going to miss. A little too much magic resistance on all of them too, so... Because let's say we get like Hellfire or something on it. This guy's very hard to hit though. 100% on that at least. Just gotta consider all options. We need Pentero on heals, we can't really use him here. And even if he is on heals, how well can he heal? Not much, not nearly enough. We need a full-scale mend. On Louis over here. Or we can just continue chipping the mages out of the way. Like, basically, it would take up both mages. Louis is invincible. But that would be heavily dependent on killing both of these, and this guy is sitting way back here, so... You basically need to clear both of these and have Jean run all the way up here and hit him. And that's the only way to do it. And I think we can do that. If we, for instance, have Alchrist hit this, then we need somebody who can run up here to take out the sword. That's the harder part. Because I don't think I can really reach that right now. Unless I warp somebody over there. That's one consideration, is warping someone over to hit. But then the sword is massively in the way. But something like a free staff on a sword would actually work. So let's check the hit percentage on that. 80%. No, that's on a longbow. 74%. That's a lot better than the 60% if we're dependent on silence. Also, Yunaka probably wouldn't be able to go far enough. Okay. Let me just check my longbow here. See how much we can do with it. I mean, Louis can always come up and hit with the greatsword. That might be the answer.
This may be risky.
Because the Great Lance, rather, because he does 39 with Great Lance. Which would actually kill this, because the stats are the same as this guy, I think. But if we kill both of these, Louis comes in with Great Lance, takes this out, we clear our path. Jean comes in, kills the other mage. That's the path, I think. But that's dependent on clearing all this out first. Right now, this guy is the obstacle. And of course, that means that Louis can't move until I've cleared out some of these. Which is itself a little bit of a problem. However, maybe we should go for Jade here. Then 58%, it's not going to hit. Like 58% just does not hit in Fire Emblem. So do we have a contingency? We have Silver Bow and we have Killer Bow. Killer Bow, if the crit lands, could do it. And we just punch right through. Pendreo, again, we need on heals, probably. Unless we take out both mages first. So we need to take out this guy right now as efficiently as I can. That's the main obstacle, by the looks of it. Hellfire looks the best over here. So that does 11, takes him down to 9. Hellfire in combination with the bow would basically do it. And you would need somebody to kill this. And in the meantime, we have to take into account that Lynn can very nearly one-shot a lot of the stuff on this map. So for example, you got Clan over here. Lin would basically do, what is it, 18 and 18 on him? Yeah, no. He's not going to survive, so. Yunaka over here does 10. That has some potential. Sfagato will do 14, yeah. So Yunaka potentially goes down here and kills. Her defense isn't great either, though. But she'd take 24 from Lin on a double attack. .24 and then 5 from this guy. So yeah, if that's one of the only ones left alive, like if we're killing these 5, possibly these 6, leaving these 2 on the map, that might be survivable. Let's try it. This needs to hit first of all. This 80%. It would be better if we could have a higher percentage on the crit here, because the crit would actually take care of a lot of stuff, but we have to do this a safe and reliable way, I think. And let me see if I actually wanted to stand there. Yeah, I wanted to stand there. Okay. Let's get this started. Yunaka going up here, though, means I'm going to be short-handed in this corner. That's the price of doing business. We'll go down here.
Was that too much?
Okay, good. Now somebody needs to kill this. If Jade is able to hit 60%, most of this stuff does not work. 88%? I think she's more useful against one of these other enemies, probably, but actually, looking at this, she's within 3 damage of hitting this, which means that, yeah, no, this is actually the only move. Yeah, this is easily the only move. Also, I shouldn't have moved there yet until I took this guy out, but that's okay. That'll be enough damage still. Longbow.
I'm still alive? Huh.
Okay. Good. Now Jade can attempt this. Now also Louis can attempt this. And that's going to hit 100%.
My apologies.
So as long as Lin doesn't one-shot anybody who's exposed in the open, I think we can actually take all 3 of these out. At least 2. We'd have a very low hit percentage against this guy here. But I think I'm able to do it. And yeah, that's going to hit. That's going to hit just fine.
Goodbye.
Okay, this took me a long time to work out, but it's looking like it's going to happen. But I need to check Lin's range to make sure she doesn't outright kill anybody. Yeah, because she's got 24 attack here, and 23 on Amanakati. And she's going to double hit everybody on the map, so for example, she would do 12 damage here. And yeah, she's going to get a double hit on everybody. So that'll be like 26 damage on this. 24 damage on her, yeah. So we need to be extra careful about who we've decided to use to take the shot. Now, here's something interesting that I can, in fact, guarantee a kill with the Elfire over here. In the event that Jade misses, I'm going to try Jade first because, yeah, and due to supports, she has 76% on this hit now, which is way better. Because I want Pendreo to be available for things like heals, if necessary. So, let's do this. Miss. Yeah, thought so. 74% is still not reliable. Okay, we need to make sure we're out of range of the mage over here. But we've got plenty of attackers to choose from and extra heals available over here, so we should be fine. Clan has Thunder. The Clan also should not get within Lynn's range because Clan is one of the characters who will get one shot. Pendreo. How does Pendreo do against Lynn? You got 24 and 8. That's going to be 16 and 16, and he does not do well. In fact, this is one of the problems, is that he actually would have some problems. Yeah, so that might not be doable because Pendreo would take 32 damage from Lynn, I think. 24. Yeah, 16 and 16. He's going to take 32 from Lynn. That doesn't work. So I need to hit with something else.
Stay focused.
Citrin. We won't really be using unless she heals up because she would take. She would also be one shot. She would take 35 from Lynn. She should probably hit this guy here though, something with 100%, because she's not going to be usable for anything else here. Here's a thought. Pendreo can potentially warp someone over to get the kill. No, doesn't work. Frem could potentially go up to... Where's my avatar? Oh, out of reach. That's too bad. Otherwise, you'd go for the convoy. You would go for the physics staff. Do we have any damage mitigation I can do with him? Bonus to hit and avoidance equal to 3 times the number of allies and foes within 2 spaces. So, for example, if he's standing here, he gets like 60. Standing here, yeah, he also gets 60. You can also grab a Thunder Staff and hit from 3 range. But then he wouldn't get to double attack, so I think that doesn't kill. Because he needs to double attack in order to do enough damage. He doesn't get that. And he also takes 9 damage from this, which means that he would die. Basically, if you trade him a Thunder... No, I think this one will have to stay alive because Jade missed, which means we need to recalculate, and we need to figure out who's going to be vulnerable. Because Yunaka would potentially have to soak 25 damage, and she can do that. She can take 24 from Lynn. Avatar over here would have to soak how much? 11 defense, so that's a little bit worse. 6 damage plus 26, so it's 32, and that would live. Everybody else has defense above 17 and shouldn't have to worry about the longbow. So we're just going to leave this alive because I can't attack into it. It has to stay alive. And if my calculations are correct, everybody here should be able to survive one shot from Lin, one shot from Longbow. Unless I'm seriously missing something. 11 speed, yeah. Ooh. No, that's fine, that's fine. And Jade is the only one who's seriously affected by that. Okay. In that case, do what we were planning originally. And we're going to get a quick shot off here. We'll probably have to heal her preemptively to not run into issues with the Astra on the next turn. But we're basically down to these units now. We'll separate the range markers a little bit. Can't get within range of this guy. Resistance 17, maybe you can, kind of, but no, you'll have issues with the staff and everything, the silence staff. It would be nice to hit this to loot him properly, though, but I think we need to heal up using Fram. And then Clan will put in position over here in case we need him in for something next turn. Oh, which means that I still have Andreo available for a ranged heal, which is good, because we can do ranged heal on Louis just so it doesn't look quite so concerning. Okay. Yeah, it's too bad he can't get the kill this turn, but we'll also move him down here in case next turn Fram can come up here and then just top him up by that extra 5 points, because this 5 missing HP actually made all the difference in the world. So let's go do a bit of a minor heal on Louis just to give him a bit of breathing room. I should actually heal up Jean, so you can chain guard, but no, that's okay, we'll do it this way. And we'll do it this way. Make sure the party's in good shape. Yeah, Anna's not really being able to get the position here. I mean, she could potentially try to walk in, but then what would be the problem? You'd have 11 damage from this, and then 36 damage. Yeah, no, she gets one shot. So that's why we're not walking in. Which is too bad. Haven't gotten nearly enough use out of her this map. But I think, yeah, we'll move Clan to a closer position in case he needs to come down here to do some damage, but we'll from here, and we're fine. Let's hope nobody dies. I keep forgetting to account for follow-up attacks, too. Yeah, follow-up attacks.
In the end,
okay.
It's all the same. May as well have
I didn't
died
account for the
all those
follow-up
years
attack from
ago.
the proximity of the bow. Okay, we need to redo this one. Yeah, because the longbow does a chain attack. We didn't see that. Okay, we gotta back up, but let's see the rest of his turn just to see what happens. Okay. That doesn't work. It was so close to working, though. Let's go back. It's all because Jade missed that one shot as well. Let's reverse. Yeah, Lin hits so hard. But I guess if we can't get Yunaka exposed in that position, we need to rethink a lot of stuff then. She uses Astra, we have the player phase. We had most of this sorted out. It's after Jade misses that we have a problem. So I need to figure out where we're backing up, because Jade misses there. Yunaka gets hit. If we can find some way to drop a heal on... No, what we actually have to do, if Yunaka's the only vulnerable one there, is get her into a position where I'm able to warp her back out, maybe. And we can kind of do that because Pendreo is available to use the warp. So Yunaka, the mistake here was putting her a little too far out. Let me show out the final position here, because Yunaka was standing over here, right? She didn't really need to stand over here, I think. She needed to stand kind of in the back. So if she's not exposed, I'm able to warp her out of danger. The problem, though, is that with that backup attack here, why is there such a massive backup attack on this thing? Okay, this is what it is. No, that's not what it is. Where's the backup attack coming from, then? It's coming from a killer bow? Like maybe it was a crit or something? No, no. No, there was like an extra bit of damage there that was from the longbow being within range as well. I don't completely understand the follow-up mechanics in this game. I thought it was only backups that would do that. But sometimes there are unit skills that... Oh, I know what it is. All of these doubles that were dropped here ages ago, they actually contribute to Lynn's chain attack. All the way from over here, huh? Because you dropped them all the way over here where they can't be touched. She's got a couple of extra points of damage that I'm not accounting for, which changes things quite a bit. That changes things a lot, actually. I don't know how I'm supposed to calculate that. Because it means that the fact that I didn't take out this bow knight was completely immaterial to the fact that she could get here and one shot. So we need to rethink. We need to rethink considerably. And we'll probably rethink the whole turn. It'll be a very similar approach, but I needed to change the positioning. And it's... yeah, it was too bad about Jade not being able to land that one hit, because that was maybe too critical a piece. You have everybody kind of using the staff here. I don't quite remember all of my moves, but we'll attempt something similar. And I have a screenshot to look at if I need. Okay. This is the first map in the entire game so far where I've used 2 resets. Which makes this probably the hardest turn I've played in the game so far, by quite a long shot. But anyway, Fogado will come in here. I think Fogado's kind of vulnerable to the same problem as Yunaka. Almost. Yeah, he's pretty low on HP himself, in fact. We should have just gone for the killer bow on him. So let's say instead of putting Yunaka up front. The problem with not putting Yunaka up front is that that no longer protects Fogado from Lin's bow either. And actually, Yunaka's still not really protected in this position back here. Unless Lin gets blocked off somehow.
Another kill for me.
But we'll try a similar approach to what we were doing before. And yeah, these moves are basically nearly the same. We've got that one little positional tweak. And over here, the Great Lance. Yeah, all of these are 100% hits, so things will go as they did.
That was eye-opening.
Yeah, if I'm able to weave my way out of this turn with roughly the same tactical ideas, then I'll be in fine shape. Let's see. All Chris could have done anything here. Because then a clan could have hit this with anything. You would have needed to hit this with 23. Let's see here. No, not even close. Hellfire gets close. 22 damage. Ah. I should have considered this. Instead of rushing down here, I maintain position first. So we use Clan, who otherwise has not been doing anything for me this turn, to come down here and hit. Because with 22 from Hellfire, if it were 25, that would be enough. And 25 would have been available from a slightly different move orders. And then you would free up Alchrist to do additional damage down here. Although Alchrist is pretty vulnerable in his own right. Anyway, let's see if the Jade RNG is as bad as it was before. I mean, if Jade just hits this time around, then no problem. But that depends somewhat on the random seed. And also totally feels like save's coming. And of course, like the one-shots from Lin are still an issue here. Maybe, because the main target for her would be the Avatar here. And that might still be an issue. Anyway, Alchrist will kill this one. Then we'll go Silver Spirit over here. Yeah, I'd say so. But here's the thing, if I'm worried about my positioning over here, now that Lin's blocked off, I can evacuate using Pendrayo. So I'm actually fine, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, we effectively had to save scum the hit from Jean. Also, my sound is dead again. It's happened over and over the stream. Need to fix it. And we'll be right back to see this through. I mean, I've spent so long in this turn, we're not doing it without sound. But yeah, we've had a lot of capture problems this time. After many streams with no issues. So something is wrong. But let's get back to it. Okay. We are probably fine. Because then, now we use Frem for the heal. And then we use Pendera to warp. And yeah, Lynn's movement is constrained enough that I can just... yeah, because this is a definite one-shot risk, given what a close call things were with Yunaka. Everybody else here can take tons of damage, but not going to take my chances here, so let's go warp. And probably just one spot back here, because we'll need my avatar back as an attacker. And then, yeah, Casino will hold position, Clan will also more or less hold. And depending on how she attacks in, I may actually want Anna and Lucina in the mix, so we'll do this. Yeah, look at her range on that chain attack, it's ridiculous. And yeah, if I'd watched the artwork carefully, I would have realized that the chain attack was definitely coming all the way from the duplicates that were just dropped in the middle of nowhere, which I suppose teaches me something about how to use the duplicates myself when the game gets to that point. Anyway, let's start attacking again. 3% hit. Oh, because she's in the woods, she's impossible to hit in the woods. Given that she's the last enemy remaining here, I actually need to pull her out of the woods and reposition, because there's no way I'm hitting her there. There's just absolutely no way. Like, you got 52% here, that's still not great. Yeah, but it means I need to basically pull back out and maybe just have everyone hide accordingly. But yeah, cannot fight her in the woods.
I'll be careful.
Yeah, no way. Okay, so we'll pull out. We'll pull out. Just thinking about how I'm going to do this to prevent any incidents with arrows. We'll go back to Shielding Spirit. Jean. We'll probably get a healer right here to heal him up. And then do some kind of protection with that. Or just use Pendera here. Jade is also probably fine as well, in fact. Yeah, do we have somebody within range? Frem within range to your Induced Shielding Spirit? Yes. But let me see about this. And Anna is able to shield this turn as well, which is kind of important. So let's go Pendera here. I'm gonna move everybody else way back. Yeah, let's just move back. Jade will come back here. Just gotta clear some space. I'll probably move these two back as well. And Frem will need to move back because she's using the spirit. Oh! I don't have Shielding Spirit on her because she's not healed up. That's a mistake. Well, we better hope Pandero survives. And actually, no, we know he doesn't, so... That's okay, because we have Anna and Lucina for the bonding thing. Yeah, let's move back. Yeah, Anna and Lucina will do the bonding shield. Yeah, we need to make sure everybody is as topped up as possible because Astra is also coming. And Astra's gonna hit hard. Okay, bonded shield over here. And then we'll top up here as well. Okay, could be worse.
Very well.
And yeah, Astras can hit anybody. But we know at this point that I think as long as we keep the party topped up, that nobody should outright die to it. Some of them get hit perilously low, but it should otherwise be pretty survivable. I hope. I still haven't done the calculation accurately on this, so... So who's she going to drop Astra on, and she's going to do it from there? Okay, great. And I need to draw her back out. Unfortunately, the mage is coming too, which is a problem. I probably should have kept somebody in this area so the mage would mess with it. Because we don't want to deal with the mage at all. Okay, we no longer have the ability to warp out here, but if we can prevent her from walking close enough, like if we come over here and here, and block in these locations, then Lynn will have to come out, but then we have a little more wiggle room for walking, so... Let's go heal over here. If I'm correct,
Let's hear it.
we should be able to just move up slightly. And also do a heal here.
This isn't
We'll
so
just
bad.
jostle into position. Good, everybody back there is safe. Frem will need to drop a heal in Citrin. And yeah, Resilience 18, the mages will not be that useful. But we should move other attackers up front for the eventual confrontation. And yeah, the idea is next turn she should be pulled out, and hopefully at that point we'll be able to just kill her outright in one go. So, tough battle, but I think this is the way to do it. Yeah, very little damage to John. Okay, we need to kill her now so we don't deal with the mage. If it looks like we have damage to spare, then what we'll actually do is we'll use the Pandero Warp to get somebody within range of the mage and then snipe it, but I don't think it's going to happen. I would not count on it happening. First things first. Let's attack in. That's going to be 13. $37. Yeah, I might want to use the avatar mostly for buffs, so we can get other attackers in with a damage bonus and a hit bonus. Because we don't want anybody to whiff here, particularly with this guy coming in fast. That's okay, as long as we don't stand anybody too close. If they can't take magic damage, we may be fine. We can even get some longbows in there. Oops, no, it's not a longbow. Yeah, very terrible hit chance, so.
I can still help.
Spirit does how much? Not nearly enough considering that you've got... Killer bow coming in. This says 39. We'll do 17. Yeah, I think I need to put this in a buffing position, but... Let's see. I mean, there is the crit on Anna. That could help. If I go here... Well, no, we don't want to be within mage range. Yeah, I don't know if I can get her in one go. Might have to do it in two. And that's okay, because one turn here would still restrict her movement by enough that my remaining cluster is still available for the next round, so let's do what we can. Let's see what the hit percentages line up to be.
This is no good.
Oh, it pushes her back. Yeah, I forgot about that. That is important. Well, that certainly makes some decisions for me. That actually creates a bit of a problem. Let's see what we can do. $11 and 2. No, that's okay, because if we put another defensive line up here with Jade and with someone else, and we have a second turn available to do this.
We must be faster. I need to be more diligent.
Yeah, every other boss I've found in the game I've done in the span of a single turn. This time might not be so practical. But yeah, we need to set up a second defensive line here. 2, 3, 4, 5, so she can't just come in and nuke whoever's standing in this corner. Unless, of course, we can get enough damage going. But I don't think we can. So here's the thing. Who's the second part of my defensive line? Do I have somebody who can withstand it? Let me think about this, because... Oh Oh yeah, she had a break on the killer bow, hence. Yeah, the push was a bit of a mistake then. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and she can hit this corner. I may just need to put Jade on the corner here and back up whoever's around here. I think that's probably the best way to do it. And we potentially have some issues next turn with the mage coming in, but we'll just have to kill her. Yeah, in that case, topped up at last. Yeah, no wonder my range marker was totally off. I had it set on the wrong unit. There we go. Oh yeah, and the range marker is kind of useless because next turn is going to be an Astra turn anyway. And somebody's going to get hit. Anyway, we'll back up every character by 1. And yeah, we just need to let her attack in for a turn. And we'll kill her next turn. Assuming she just doesn't duck into the woods for the Astra. That would be a big problem. Oh, she's going to duck into the woods. Okay. Of course. Okay, mage is going to hold position. That's at least not too bad. Let me just draw her back out. Heal up over here. And we do the same kind of move. Okay. That blocks off. Now let's get some attackers back in. Taking a lot of jostling to get done, but we're close. One more turn should do it. Yeah, anybody else we need to top off in the heals? We should probably top off Jean preemptively. Give myself a bit of flexibility. Okay. That should do it. And yeah, I was on the Silver Spirit art. I should have switched to shielding art that turn. That was a mistake. Forgot to switch back to shield. Now, nice thing is, Jean is actually able to kill over here. So if I'm able to, I'm going to use Jean over there instead. And then I'll use the Great Lance over here to get her within range of everyone else. Okay, I should have lots of killing options for 11 HP, including my avatar over here. So, conveniently, Sean's going to be able to get in here and snipe. Okay, let's be fancy. Who's going to get a fancy kill? Let's see if she gets to crit. It'd be wonderful if she does, but unless there's anybody else that we really want to have get the finisher. Yeah, I think Anna, who hasn't really gotten to play very much, should have dibs. And in fact, I should have just let Anna refresh her pairing up with Lucina on any of the 3 spots that were available in that cluster. We had so much time to do it. There we go, critical hit. Okay. Also, sound. What did I say? It's kind of glitching in and out. 1 second. Looks like it should be back, but just in case we have some issues with distortion or anything, we'll try it again. Okay, it should be back. Okay. And that was not easy. 18 turns. Probably a third of that map. Yeah, because the reset that we had was back to turn 11. So a third of that map was actually just figuring out how to pick Lyn apart. Because I rather foolishly did not take out the bottom 10 at the beginning of the map and didn't realize just how bad the reinforcement situation would get. But we made it. That is by far the trickiest map I've played in this game so far, but you know,
wow, you
it
beat
was
me soundly. You're very strong.
a challenge. We decided to take on this early for a reason, because I thought I was ready. And yeah, a bit of an RNG win in the end impact with basically re-rolling that 70% hit on Jade.
And you were as skilled as I expected.
But
very
that's Fire Emblem
too. I wonder if I could be like you.
Perhaps. I learned to fight out here, but I learned more when I met Eliwood and Hector. We traveled long and far together. Sometimes we compete with one another, just like this. They helped me to learn of justice and courage.
Yeah,
and they
sadly,
gave me the
Eliwood and
strength
Hector,
to trust others.
I think, are only the side character emblem rings in this game.
And that strength has made me who I am today.
When I woke, I had no memories and no one I felt I could rely on. But now I have so many friends around me to teach me about the world and about myself. I hope that at the end of my journey, I'll be as strong as them. And you.
You'll definitely become much stronger. I'm sure of it. Of course, I'll help too.
Thank you, Lyn.
Okay, so here's Lyn. All the way up to level 20 bonding. I'm going to check what that actually entails, and then we're going to log off because that took far too long. Well, I mean, we'll run around a map too, but if we look at Lyn's ring, which we were formerly wearing over here, the bond effects now permit Alacrity Plus. Oh, I see, because, yeah, it's the advantage down to 7 speed rather than 9, which the version of Lyn we fought just now had the benefit of plus plus. So basically, whenever you have the ability to do a double attack, if you're at a speed of engine 5, every double attack would take precedence, which sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. Must be expensive. Oh yeah, this is the bow she picks up near the endgame in Fire Emblem 7, I think. Didn't remember its name. Effective against dragons, too. Anyway. We're going to run around this map a bit, and then that is it for today, for sure. And we'll talk to some characters too, of course, but... and also figure out which animals we haven't recruited. Yeah, we're not going to talk to absolutely everybody, but... we'll figure it out. Yeah, might as well grab... well, we'll talk to Lynn, of course. She used to start the show here. And yeah. Louis was kind of important this time. Now, you can't actually enter these huts, but at least now you can see where all of the cavalry are apparently located before they just burst out of the tents all in one go.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think I've been obeying the Hippocratic Oath when it comes to controlling Jean. You'll just have to deal with it. Yeah, relative to that map, I'm sure we had a fairly underleveled party. A lot of level 12 to 14 characters just kind of running around when the recommendation was 19, so... But it was kind of a nice change to play something like that after the main quest in the first map that we did today in Chapter 12 was absolutely trivial. So, bit of a wild swing between the two. It does mean the side quest path is immediately rewarding to those who want to give it a spin.
So...
we really need to get that donation level up to the desert, though, so we can recruit the camel. See what it digs up in our city in the sky. We have supports to read, probably. Yeah, we'll read them another time, I think. No, we'll finish with them, why not? On a world map? No, okay, in that case. I think we'd better leave off here. Well, that was the hardest map we played. It's the only one where I've had to do 2 resets. And yeah, definitely miscalculating things when it comes to abilities like the follow-up attacks. I think some of the damage formulas for Lynn's abilities were not that easy to reverse engineer, especially with things like the long-range Astra. And of course, I had no idea just how swarmed with reinforcements we would be if we weren't quick enough about the tents. Thinking that it would just act like forts, respawn at us gently. Instead, we held off quite a crowd. That's the way we did it. So, we'll end here. And until we pick things up with Chapter 13 proper on the next stream, that is it for today. And we'll probably be tweaking inventory and configuration and all that off stream as usual. Maybe doing a side battle or two if I feel like it, but I'm kind of eager to continue with the main quest, so we'll do that with our ever-expanding pool of resources, characters, game knowledge, all that stuff. So until next time, thank you for bearing with all of the pervasive sound problems in this video. It's actually much worse than usual. And we'll hopefully get some of that sorted out before further streams. Onward to another week of more Emblem and perhaps some other things as well. But until then, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for enduring this particular stretch of the experience. And until we meet again, have a wonderful week ahead of you and fare thee well.